எளியவர் துன்பம் நீங்கிட என்றும் காலத்தை அர்ப்பணிப்போம்.
லோயோலாவின் ஒளி வீசட்டும், உலகெங்கும் ஒளி வீசட்டும். லோயோலாவின் ஒளி வீசட்டும், உலகெங்கும் ஒளி வீசட்டும்.
You may be seated. Good morning, distinguished guests, esteemed dignitaries, revered members of the clergy, respected faculty members, and my dear participants. It's my great privilege to welcome you all to this prestigious international HR conclave, which is conducted by Loyola College in association with the Loyola Alumni Association, HRCI, and Pro Meritus. Today, we gather thought leaders, industry pioneers, and HR professionals from across the globe to engage in meaningful dialogue on an transformative role of human resources in our rapidly evolving digital age. To commence this auspicious occasion, I request everyone to please rise once again for the Tamil Thai Varthu, followed by an invocation to be rendered by the Loyola College of Performing Arts, LCPA.
நீராறும் கடலொடுத்த நிலமடந்த கெளிரொழுகும் சீராரும் பதனமென திகழ்வரத கண்டமிது தெக்கணமும் மதிச்சிறந்த திராவிடர் திருநாடும் தக்க சிறு பிறை நுதலும் தரித்தனரும் திலகமுமே அத்திலக வாசனை போல் அனைத்துலகும் இன்பமுற எத்திசையும் புகழ் மணக்க இருந்த பெரும் தமிழனகே தமிழனகே உன் சீரிலமை திறம் வியந்து செயல் மறந்து வாழ்த்துதுமே வாழ்த்துதுமே வாழ்த்துதுமே.
Thank you, LCPA. You may be seated now. Good morning once again. My name is Robin M.A. Jacob, and I am the Joint Secretary of the Loyola Alumni Association, and I will be your MC for this brief 45-minute inauguration program. To kickstart the day, we're going to have a centenary video on screen right now.
CNN News. CNN es mi edad.
100 எனது வயது. ஆரம்பமே இதுதான். 100 is my age. It's just a beginning.
Cent ans, c'est mon âge, c'est juste le commencement.
Loyola, for the greater glory of God. Hail Loyola, our mission has just begun with love, joy, and happiness in praise of Saint Ignatius of Loyola.
Loyola எனது பெருமை Loyola எனது அடையாளம் வாழ்க Loyola எனது வயது Loyola எனது பெருமை Loyola எனது அடையாளம் வாழ்க Loyola.
Loyola, que ta lumière brille, vive Loyola.
உதவியும் உருள் பொருள் கொடுத்தும் உதவியும் உரு பொருள் கொடுக்கும் கெட்டநிலை முன்னியாது கற்றல் நன்றே முன்னியாது கற்றல் நன்றே பிற போரன உடல் வயிற்று உள்ளும் சிறப்பின் பாலால் தாயுமனம் திரியும் ஒரு கொடி பிறந்த பல்லோர் உள்ளும் மூத்தோன் வருகை எண்ணாது அவருள் அறிவுடையோர் அருவரசு செல்லும் வெற்றுமை தெரிந்த நாட்பால் உள்ளும் கீழ்பால் ஒருவன் கற்பின் மேற்பால் ஒன்றும் அவன் கட்படுமே மேற்பால் ஒன்றும் அவன் கட்படுமே.
Loyola is my pride.
Fine, that's 100 years of Loyola. Now I would like to invite the dignitaries on stage, Madam Amy Dufresne, CEO of HRCI, Ms. Malini Vijay Raja, Managing Director APAC Pro Emeritus, Reverend Father Rector Dr. J. Anthony Robinson, SJ, Reverend Father Secretary Thomas Alexander, SJ, Reverend Father Principal Dr. A. Luis Aurecuraj, SJ, Reverend Dr. A. Louis Albert, SJ, Coordinator of the Jesuit Higher Education and Director of the Alumni Association, Dr. Charles J. A., Director, Loyola International Academics, and the convener of today, Dr. Mary Jessie Rani, HOD Social Works and co-convener of today, Dr. J.M. Arul Kamraj, Organizing Secretary, and J. Balamurgan, Secretary of the Alumni Association. We will start by the ceremonial lighting of the lamp. We would like Dr. Amy Dufresne, Chief Executive Officer, HRCI, Virginia, USA, to start off the lighting of the Kuttuvelak, followed by Ms. Malini Vijaya Raja, Dr. J. Anthony Robinson, our Rector and Vice President of the Loyola College Society, Reverend Dr. Thomas Alexander, SJ Secretary, Correspondent and Administrative Head of the Loyola College, followed by Dr. A. Louis Arokraj, SJ Principal and Academic Head, Loyola College, followed by Father Louis, Director of the Alumni Association, along with Dr. Charles. Both of them together will be lighting one. And finally, I invite our student representative, Mr. Anthony, Postgraduate Department Secretary of Commerce, and Ms. Krishna Priya, Department Secretary of BBA France. Together, they will be lighting the seventh lamp. Now I hand over to the welcome address and honoring the guests by Dr. Charles, the convener of today.
Respected Reverend Father Rector, Reverend Father Secretary, Reverend Father Principal, distinguished guests, esteemed speakers, Loyola academic fraternity, and dear student participants, good morning and a very warm and gracious welcome to each one of you. Today marks a significant milestone in the memory lane of Loyola College as we host this International HR Conclave on transforming HR as a strategic driver in the digital world, organized by Loyola College in collaboration with Promeritus and HRCI. As the convener of this international conclave, I have been assigned this pleasant duty of welcoming the guests and gathering. I'm happy to do that. It's my proud privilege to extend a warm and respectful welcome to Reverend Dr. Anthony Robinson, Rector and Vice President of Loyola College Society. Welcome, Father. I'm happy to welcome Reverend Dr. Thomas Alexander, Secretary and Correspondent, Administrative Head of Loyola College. Welcome, Father. I extend a cordial welcome to Reverend Dr. Louis Arokraj, Principal, Academic Head of Loyola College. Welcome, Father. On behalf of Loyola College and Promeritus, it is my pleasure to welcome our esteemed speaker for the keynote address, Dr. Amy Dufresne, Chief Executive Officer of HRCI. We are happy for your coming from Virginia, United States, to be a resource person for sharing your insight. Welcome, ma'am. We are privileged to have with us Ms. Malini Vijaya Raja, Managing Director, APAC, Promeritus, our esteemed collaborator for this International HR Conclave. Welcome, ma'am. As a token of our appreciation for our guests' acceptance and gracious presence, I request our Rector, Reverend Father Dr. Anthony Robinson, to honor Dr. Amy Dufresne with a shawl, Father Secretary with a memento, and Father Principal with a floral greeting bouquet. Get it, get it. May I request Reverend Fathers to honor Miss Malini Vijayaraja. Fathers, Malini Vijayaraja also we will honor, please. Father Rector with a shawl, Father Secretary with a bouquet, and Father Principal with a memento. Father Rector, Principal Secretary. Thank you. It's time to express our gratitude to our management for their approval, encouragement, guidance in organizing this international HR conclave. I request Reverend Father Dr. Louis Albert, Coordinator, Jesuit Higher Education, Commissioner and Director, Loyola Alumni Association, to honor Reverend Dr. Anthony Robinson, Rector, Loyola College. Father. Now I invite Dr. Mary Jasirani, Head Department of Social Work and Co-Convener International HR Conclave, to honor Reverend Dr. Thomas Alexander, our Secretary. Quickly. Now I request Mr. Balamurugan, General Secretary, Loyola Alumni Association and Organizing Secretary of the International HR Conclave, to honor Reverend Dr. Louis Arikraj, Principal. Thank you, Father. Coming to the esteemed guests sitting off the dais, I am delighted to welcome our guest speaker, Mr. Brod Boyson, co-founder and CEO at HR Learn and convener Human Capital Reporting. Welcome, sir. I extend a very warm welcome to our valued moderators for the panel discussion, Mr. George, Managing Director, Global Operations, HRCI, Mr. Anthony Raja Devadas, Country Managing Director, Conferry, Malaysia, and HRCI Ambassador for Asia. Welcome, sirs. I am pleased to welcome our distinguished panel members, Dr. Wasiha, Executive Coach, INSEED Exclusive Center from Dubai, Ms. Divya Satyan, Vice President, Zafin Software, Mr. Rajkumar Arul, Director, Eden Associates, Chennai, Mr. Selva Ganesh, IRS, Director General of Income Tax Investigation, Mr. Kabilan, Vice President Head, HR, L&T Semiconductors, Bangalore, Mr. Matthew Gunasilan, Chief Human Resource Officer, Amirdanjan Healthcare, Chennai, Dr. Maran, Director, Sri Ram's Institute of Management Studies, Chennai, Ms. Niranjana Chatter, Assistant HR, World Bank, Chennai. I extend a warm welcome to all esteemed HR professionals who form the core of today's discussions and bring invaluable insights and expertise to this gathering. I welcome the officials, heads, coordinators, and faculties of Loyola College. A warm welcome to our Loyola Alumni Association members. And most importantly, I welcome our students, the future leaders of human resource management, for whom this conclave promises immense learning and growth opportunities. On behalf of our management, faculty and students, and on behalf of our collaborators, promoters, and HRCI, I once again extend a very warm and gracious welcome to all distinguished resource persons, delegates, participants gathered here for the International Conclave. I wish this conclave to be beneficial for all. Thank you. I am happy to welcome Mr. Pandey on stage. Yeah. On behalf of Loyola College, promoters, and HRCI, it is my privilege to welcome our keynote speaker, Mr. Pandey Executive Chairman and Director of CL, HR Group, and former Minister of School of Education and Culture, Government of Tamil Nadu. Sir is a long-time well-wisher of Loyola College. I am happy to welcome you, sir. As a token of our appreciation for his acceptance and gracious presence, I request our Rector, Reverend Dr. Anthony Robinson, to honor Mr. Pandey with a shawl, bouquet, and memento. Thank you, Father. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Charles. You yourself have worked tirelessly towards this program for today's activities. Now, to have a discussion and talk on the strategic focus of HR Conclave, I would like to invite Ms. Malini Vijay Raja, Managing Director, APAC, Prometheus. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. One more time. Good morning, everyone. Great. Happy to be here. Firstly, I'd like to make sure that we thank all the people that has made this possible. Respected Dr. Anthony Robinson, respected Reverend Thomas Alexander, Dr. Louis Arakiraj, our esteemed chief guest, Mr. Mafoy Pandirajan, my colleagues, partner in this journey, Dr. Amy Dufresne, JD, and the vibrant community of HR leaders and students gathered here in the historic Loyola College. Are you guys happy to have HR in Loyola College finally? Yes? No? Yes? Well, thank you so much for being here. Today, I'm greatly honored, greatly privileged to represent Promeritus, as well as HRCI in our collaboration with Loyola College, with HRCI certifications. As we look at the banners of today's conclave, the theme is loud and bold. It's transforming HR as a strategic driver in the digital age. But what does transformation actually look like? Today, everybody talks about AI. Everybody talks about tech. But before we bring tech and AI into our world, how good are we really in HR? Do we have the foundations in place? So we're going to talk about, I'm just going to talk to you a little bit about what that really means. We've got a whole string of very reputed speakers as well as panelists for this afternoon. For decades, people identify HR as administration, transactional, policing. Back where I right? Um, that needs to actually change so we can become more positive in progressing the nation, right? We've always been employee advocates. I think we will always will be doing that. But in 2026 onwards, although that's in our DNA, we need to do more. We need to be able to add more value into the organization. And I think one of the key issues we have probably is how do HR connect with the profitability and the success of a business? Do people look at HR when we talk about a successful business? If the answer is yes, we're on the right track. If the answer is no, we need to take a couple of steps back and see what are the things that we need to start doing as HR. We need to connect ourselves to businesses. We need to ask ourselves, do we attend business reviews? Do we attend P&L meetings? Do we attend budget meetings where we talk not just HR and HR budget? Do we talk about other things which impacts the business? Okay. We need to represent employees as well as employers, and as a strategic driver, we should also be representing customers, investors, communities. So it's a whole 360 that we should be looking at as an HR. Ultimately, the transition will require more than a title. The transition will require a shift in our capability. Is our capability today sufficient for us to be known as an HR business driver? Are we able to look at things and say, yes, this is something that will work because we've got evidence, and this is where analytics come in. This is where your matrices come in. All of you are here today. It's lovely to see all of you. We love attending training. We love attending conferences. But is this going to really upskill you? Will this actually make you start wondering if what you're doing is sufficient? Now, the concept I want to quickly emphasize is personal power. Personal power is not given to you in an organizational chart. It is not given to you by a title. It is earned through competence, insight, and the ability to influence outcome. Question is, to get a seat on the table, aspiration is just not enough. It's wishful thinking. We need to be able to bridge the gap between people, management, organizational objectives, and make sure that we are able to speak the language of business. Ultimately, HR can do far more than what we do today, and HRCI certification programs will be able to help you do that, and ensuring that your credentials are recognized all over the world, right? Just a quick note on what Amy is going to be touching later. The HRCI 2026 HR report, State of HR report, will tell you a little bit more about how we're going to be facing a preparation gap in technology and strategy. Today, we're here today in Loyola College to help every HR aspirant to help you close that gap. The purpose here is for us to professionalize HR. We recognize lawyers, we recognize doctors, we recognize engineers who are professionals. Today, we ask that HR is also deemed as a professional function. We will do support, we will do the admin, but we need to also have the critical driver of value and to be respected by HR professionals, other HR professionals, CEOs, business community. And so today is not a day to just listen. Today is a day to transform our mindset. I have been in HR for more than 30 years, loved every minute, although my background is legal. And I can tell you, you can have any degree and still be a people person and somebody who's able to understand HR. So thank you so much for being here. It's going to be an awesome day with so many speakers, with so many panel sessions. So enjoy the moment. We have Amira, who's on our left. If you need to know more about HRCI, please visit her, and she's going to tell you more. So thank you so much again. Thank you, everybody. Have a lovely day.
Thank you, Ms. Malini Vijay Raja, for setting the tone for the day. Now we come to a very important activity that has happened. It's a historic moment. A memorandum of understanding has been signed, and now we will exchange that. We will now have these memorandum exchanged. Loyola College, with its long-standing tradition of academic excellence, global engagement, and value-based education, has consistently fostered partnership that enrich learning, research, and professional development. Pro Meritus HRCI Malaysia is recognized for its commitment to advancing professional standards and capacity building in the field of human resource development. We're going to have an association between the two of us. In the presence of the dignitaries, both institutions, this MOU signifies the beginning of a collaborative journey rooted in mutual respect, shared aspirations, and a commitment to excellence. That's a wonderful beginning for new and innovative activities in Loyola. Now we have come to the end of the morning session, the inaugural session. Now, before we proceed to the keynote, I would like to thank Dr. Charles, who has been tirelessly working and has worked around the clock. Now, I would like to invite Dr. J.M. Arul Kamaraj, Organizing Secretary of the International HR Conclave, to propose the vote of thanks for the inaugural session.
Distinguished keynote speaker, Mr. Mafai Pandeyarajan, Dr. Amy Dufresne, most respected Reverend Father Rector, Reverend Father Secretary, Reverend Father Principal, Reverend Father Louis Albert, Mrs. Malini Raja, esteemed guest speakers, moderators, panel members, HR leaders, professionals, academicians, scholars, alumni, a very good morning to one and all. It is my privilege and proposed vote of thanks on behalf of the entire organizing committee for this inspiring inauguration ceremony. I extend our deepest gratitude to our distinguished inaugural keynote speaker, Mr. Mafai Pandeyarajan, Executive Chairman and Director of CIEL HR Group, a former Minister for School Education and Culture in Tamil Nadu, for his forthcoming keynote speech on transforming HR as a strategic driver in the digital age. Your pioneering contributions to the HR industry in India, from founding Mafai Management Consultant to leading CIEL HR Group, along with your extensive experiences in talent management and public services, will undoubtedly ignite profound insights and practical wisdom for all of us. Thank you, sir. I extend my sincere gratitude to the keynote speaker, Dr. Amy Dufresne, Chief Executive Officer of HRCI, for her upcoming address on the state of HR, insights from HRCI Global Economic Community, your dynamic global leadership in advancing HR certifications, your key role in setting international HR standards through ISO TC 260, and your decades of expertise in human capital strategies across diverse sectors bring invaluable international perspective and forward-thinking vision of our gathering. I offer our special thanks to the management of Loyola College, whose visionary guidance and constant support have made this event possible. I sincerely thank our rector, Reverend Dr. J. Anthony Robinson, SJ, for his gracious permissions, ongoing encouragement, and motivational leadership, which has served as the foundation of our efforts, perfectly aligning in this international initiative with our institution's centenary legacy of excellence and service. Thank you, Father. I express my sincere gratitude to our secretary and correspondent, Reverend Dr. Thomas Alexander S.J., for his strong administrative support, insightful advice, and tireless motivations throughout the planning phases, which inspired us to overcome every challenge. Thank you, Father. I extend our deepest gratitude our principal, Reverend Dr. A. Louis Arukiraj S.J., for his enthusiastic approval, a strong academic leadership, continuous guidance, ongoing support, and inspiring presence, which have energized the entire team and ensured that this conclave reflects the highest standard of our Jesuit institution. Thank you, Father. A very special word of thanks to Mrs. Malini Vijayaraja, Managing Director, APAC Promeritus, and Mr. Anthony Raja Devadas, Country Managing Director, Conferry, Malaysia. Your exceptional collaboration, strategic inputs, and dedicated efforts have been pivotal in making this program a reality, bridging global expertise with our local and execution seamlessly. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. I must especially acknowledge our convener, our co-conveners, our organizing secretary, and all the heads of the committee members, alumni, delegates, scholars, and students for your active participation. Once again, I thank one and all. Thank you.
Dr. Kamraj, we appreciate those gracious words of acknowledgement. That brings the end of the inaugural session. Now I hand over the stage to the next person who's going to take you through, Richie Rex.
After that, you can make the announcement. First, we'll go down.
Good morning and a warm welcome to all the distinguished guests, speakers, and participants. Today, organizations are navigating rapid technological change, evolving workforce expectations, and increasing business complexity. From digital tools and data-driven decision-making to employee experience and future skills development, HR plays a critical role in shaping resilient and future-ready organizations. Welcome to the first keynote address. Before we move on, I invite our moderator, Mr. George Cherian, and the keynote speaker, Mr. K. Pandyarajan, to occupy the seats on the dais. Shall we put our hands together? Mr. K. Pandyarajan is the founder of the Mafoy Group and the Mafoy Foundation, driving initiatives focused on sustainable social change. Now, to further our conversation and discussion, I request Mr. George Cherian to take over.
A very good morning to the dignitary who is present here amongst us to deliver the keynote and the session, and the dignitaries of the dais, respected Jesuit fathers, guests of this particular International HR Conclave, delegates who have participated in this thing, and dear students. It is a wonderful morning where we have this HR conclave set up, and you have no better person to start this conclave proceedings than KPR as K. Pandyarajan, who is present here. To know more about him, I think many of you would have read about him, known him, but for the benefit of the students and people who are knowing him for the first time, he definitely deserves the introduction. K. Pandyarajan is one of the most well-respected business leaders in India with 40 plus years of experience in management and human resource. As the founder of the Mafoy Management Consultancies, he was the forefront of transformational changes that swept the HR landscape in the last 4 decades and pioneered the HR outsourcing concept in India. He is the executive chairman of the New Age HR service company, CIEL HR, which offers recruitment, staffing, skilling, consulting, and compliance services across India. CIEL HR emerged as leader in India with 950 consultants from 82 offices and 40,000 deputies operating in 6,518 PIN codes in India alone. I think that deserves a big round of applause for the kind of profile and extension of that particular company. K. Pandyarajan, popularly called as KPR, keenly believes in the fundamental principle of empowerment at all levels and is actively involved in CSR activities that focus on empowering children, women, and youth through education, healthcare, livelihood, and support. He is the former Minister of Tamil Official Language, Art, Culture, and Archaeology. And previously, he held School of Education, Youth, and Sports Department. I think he deserves a big round of applause. Not only is a professional, but he is a humanitarian who's served our state and country. He is a founder member of the GST Council of India in 2016-17. KPR was an MLA from Avadi between 2016 to 21 and from Virudhunagar between 2011 to 2016, contributing significantly to building better infrastructure and essential services. Bit of a professional background, you have got an idea, but his journey began with BE honors from PhD College of Technology, Coimbatore, MBA in Project Management and IR from Xavier Labor Relation Institute, XLRI, Jamshedpur,
time in 1992, it was a new thing to have professional HR. Okay, and to get MSW guys to come in and work in HR was again a new element at that point in time. You know, the HR in this country has been through 4 phases. The first phase where places like XLRI, Xavier Labor Relations Institute, my alma mater, started offering welfare programs. Welfare officers were needed post-World War in many of the industries. And the HR's first seeds were sown as welfare officers. You know, then my XLRI converted itself into IR and W, Industrial Relations and Welfare. And then came PM and IR, Personnel Management and Industrial Relations. And then it got transformed into MBA in HR. The kind of transitions our industry has been through is nothing compared to the transition that's hitting us today. இன்னைக்கு நம்மளை தாக்கிட்டு இருக்கிற இந்த AI waveல I've not seen in my 40-year professional career in HR, in between politics 10 வருஷம் வந்து macro HR. It's not anything else. Politics is nothing but macro HR. So if I have to add enterprise level HR, industry level HR and macro HR, I would say in my 40 years of experience, I have not seen the kind of transition that the profession is going through today. The profession is going through tremendous transformation, and the people who will be left behind not because of HR, but because of inability to master HR. The first point I like to make here is this. You know, the transforming HR as a strategic driver in the digital age. You know, this topic has been around for a long time. This topic, though it's been there, the HR industry in India has grown to 2,15,000 crores rupees. It's grown to at a pace which is one of the fastest in the world today. You know, when I went and set up my office in Malaysia many, many years back, I set it up in a place called Cyberjaya, which was, you know, for the sake of the students, I like to repeat this. We set up offices in about 18 countries in the year between 92 and the year 2010. And like as I went and saw the world, the evolution of the HR function, I realized why the Indian HR professionals are in such a strong demand around the world. Many of the large companies in the world, like today, they're taking Indians in the CEO position, managing director position. There was a time when HR showed the way, where many of the countries used to take, enterprises used to take HR people as the CHRO. You know, the term CHRO, Chief HR Officer, when it got conceived, many of the people were actually from India. And as India has been evolving, as some of you would know, we are one of the largest users of AI in the world today. Though in terms of the frameworks, models, as AI has been going through genetic, I mean your whole Gen AI, generative AI, to of course now anthropic AI, which people are talking about. With every framework, with every model changing, India has been at the forefront of using AI. So I think it's very important that people like you who are coming in to the HR profession, I would imagine mastering AI to the extent you can rework your own functions through AI will be very critical. You know, the people who will be left behind are not left behind because of AI, but because of our inability to master AI. And India is going to generate the largest number of AI-enabled professionals. And in the HR function, it will be no different. In the world, there are now close to 40 million HR professionals. The world has 700 crores of people. Out of that, 4 crores of people are HR professionals. And in that, if you really look at the nature of work being delivered, huge amount of administrative routine work is getting replaced by AI. But to that extent, the number of jobs which get created in AI is phenomenal. Like my company, which is CLHR, I'm the chairman and the founder and the promoter of CLHR, which is a public limited company. We have around 1,500 full-time HR professionals, and we have around 52,000 people who are deputies, associates. And if I see the nature of transformation they are going through, consulting for AI in HR is becoming a key element. Many of the clients today are asking about, can you empower my HR guys to use AI effectively for succession planning, for career design, for skills intelligence, for forming networks of people, cutting across hierarchy, cutting across domain, cutting across expertise. Based on the interests, can you create networks of people so that the organizational productivity is far higher, so that the fortresses people build around one another, the silos get broken down. Today you see tremendous uptick in the nature of requirements for using AI, empowering the internal HR people. So the consulting industry, which I am from, is going through a big transformation. As you would listen to many of the experts, and I want you to also know, understand a lot more about this whole HRCI, how a credentialing of HR professionals can happen from a Virginia-based institution, how that can make a difference to you in terms of your career. And I also like you to listen to, this organization from Malaysia, which has come here to present to you. And I think you should know how a Promeritus, which is from Malaysia, is making a difference there. And why are they holding hands with Loyola? What does it mean to you? I'd like you to understand that. Today, no longer is there a term called global HR relevant. HR has to be global by definition. Most of the organizations are transforming themselves to handle global culture, the different kind of patterns people are weaving around the world. I see many organizations, even my organization, though we are India focused, we have around 85 offices around India, we are only India focused, but to serve the clients, you need to really know the global transitions which are happening around us. The biggest transition is AI. And please keep in mind, today, as institutions are getting evolved to regulate AI, to kind of look at the ethical and moral aspects, HR people can be at the forefront of how AI can be applied, should AI be applied, in which domain it needs to be applied. There's a huge opportunity for people who understand culture, who understand issues of morality within organization, ethicality within organization, to be the regulators of AI. As a public person in public life, I can tell you the greatest focus today in the country is what kind of institutional regulation needs to happen for AI. The Data Privacy Act, which has come recently, which is making a big difference globally. Today globally, the big fight between the legal system and the technology system is on what kind of data privacy should be prevalent, what kind of access should these AI companies be given. Every day you see the stock market ups and downs. Many of them are related to every interpretation of law. Yesterday I was listening to a lecture in the Palkiwala Foundation, where the speaker Nitin Paranjpe was speaking about one of the interesting cases in the Supreme Court of India, where the judge is supposed to exercise as to, in a case where one of the big US majors is fighting against Indian government for data access, Aadhaar Connect, UPI Connect, and things like that. What data you take from here and what kind of issues of data privacy who owns data is a big question now. What is the nature of ownership if you generate your Facebook pages and put a whole lot of data there? Who owns the data is a big question which the courts of India are deciding today. The issues relating to China, having been able to successfully ward off many of the intrusions of these US majors, and what India needs to do in order to, prevent or set in place similar systems, which is ethical, which is moral, which is legal. Questions of many kind are around us. And with every decision, with every corporate intervention, students, your career is depending on it. The nature of career path that you choose will depend on some of the things which are happening around us. When I say HR can be a strategic driver, and HR needs to transform using technology and at the same time, being in touch with the live human processes. The live human processes we are talking about, one, what kind of jobs are lost, what kind of jobs are gained, what kind of reskilling needs to happen, to a whole lot of people. India has today around 4.5 million people of AI-enabled professionals. We need to be in 4.5 crores, keep in mind. We need to have 10 times the number of people, and we need to have them very, very fast-tracked. So the whole skilling industry, which is very large industry, which is spearheaded by the HR professionals, need to realign itself phenomenally. Recently must have seen one of the big five in the world come in and make a declaration that they will build $1 billion industry for skilling people in the AI profession, to be AI professionals. HR, with its entrepreneurial capability. When I joined XLRI, there were a bunch of us who are called as PM and IR people, personnel people, and a bunch of us who are called as business management. Okay. We were 51 of us in each batch. When we came to our, when I went to the interview in XLRI, which happened in Loyola College, people asked me, why do you want to do personnel management? I said, I want to be an entrepreneur. I want to study psychology. And the lady who interviewing me said, you will not do either. Because in those days, HR people don't become entrepreneurs. When I went for my reunion, we just had a 40th reunion from XLRI. When I went, I figured out of 51 guys who were from HR, there are about 26 of us who would become entrepreneurs. While in the business management side, hardly 7 of them were entrepreneurs. Okay, big transitions are happening around us. HR people can be great entrepreneurs. You would be the right people to wade through the entire evolving landscape of industry in this country, and as from the portals of this exalted Bertram Hall, which has seen many, many phenomenal knowledge and wisdom transfer. Let me declare this. HR will not only be a strategic driver of organizations in this country, HR will be the driver of social transformation in India. And you would be at the forefront of this entire thing. And please listen carefully to each of the people who are speaking about the global talent war, the global war to save jobs, global war to skill people in a different manner, and the war to integrate countries. Countries will come together. Countries will work together in terms of unified HR systems. And I think today you have the wisdom from US, wisdom from Malaysia, and I would really like you to assimilate the whole thing and be the pioneers of a new HR revolution, AI-based strategic HR transformation. All the very best. Thank you very much for the opportunity. Thank you.
I hope all of you agree that the keynote address and setting the tone for this conclave was wonderfully done by Mr. KPR. Thank you once again for doing it. I think the 3 takeaways which I would like to summarize with what I tried to say is, for the students who are trying to listen to the delegates who are here, the main message is for you all to not lose hope. Whether it be any profession, whether AI comes in or not, everybody has got an opportunity, everybody has got a place. As long as you upskill yourself and make sure you do the best to stay on top of the game, we all have an opportunity. And the last thing, one of the most important thing, HR is not just a department, but it's an opportunity providing various services across industry. And definitely, he's proven his faculty or management at that time that HR can be an entrepreneurial journey. So I wish the very best and thank you so much for being here, and officially hand over back to the MC for the proceedings. Thank you.
On behalf of the organizers, I extend our sincere thanks to our moderator and keynote speaker for sharing their valuable time and insights with us. To felicitate our distinguished keynote speaker, Mr. K. Pandeyarajan, and Mr. George Sherin, our moderator, I invite Reverend Dr. Joseph Anthony Jacob S.J., Vice Principal Infrastructure, to honor Mr. Pandeyarajan with a memento and a bouquet for Mr. George. Shall we give them a round of applause? Yeah. Thank you, Father. Thank you, sirs. With that, we conclude the first keynote session and now move forward to the second keynote address. I now invite Ms. Ruby to take the next address forward. Thank you.
Good morning to everyone. We now move into our second keynote address of the day, titled The State of HR, Insights from HRCI's Global Community. In today's rapidly evolving workplace environment, understanding global HR trends and professional standards has become more important than ever. This session will provide us with valuable insights into how HR is evolving across the global community. I now warmly welcome Dr. P. Mary J.C. Rani, Head Department of Social Work, to chair the session. We welcome you, ma'am. And our respected Dr. M.A. Dufresne, CEO of HRCI, our keynote speaker to the dais. Please come onto the stage, ma'am. Please give them a big round of applause. Now, I would like to call Dr. Jessie, Head Department of Social Work, to take over the session.
Thank you, Ms. Ruby. Distinguished guests and participants of this HR Conclave 2026, warm greetings of HR, insights from HRCI's global community, which is to be by Dr. Amy Dufresne. I further also have the distinguished honor of introducing our key speaker, Dr. Dufresne, to this august gathering. Let me be brief in introducing Dr. Amy Dufresne, who is currently the CEO of HRCI, HR Certification Institute, and also she is the founder and CEO of HRSI, HR Standards Institute. These are two organizations which are world's premier certifying and learning organization for the human resource profession. Dr. Dufresne has dedicated her career to innovating human capital strategies for progressive organizations.
Under her leadership, HRCI acts as the international secretariat for setting global HR standards through the International Organization for Standardization, ISO, Technical Committee TC 216. In her role at HRCI, Dr. Dufresne leads the enterprise as it helps companies and their employees navigate the demands of day workplace through certification, learning, and training programs that are aligned with the highest international standards. Prior to joining HRCI in 2011, Dr. Dufresne spent 2 decades working as a human resource executive HR webinar and summit series, the co-author of the book Alchemizing HR, Your Formula for the New Era, and the facilitator and author behind The Rise of HR, The Future of Work, with 73 HR thought leaders alongside of Dave Ullrich. Dr. Dufresne has a doctorate from the George Washington University, an MBA and MBA from Marymount University, and a BS from Hood College. She holds a senior professional in human resources SPHR certification from HRCI and a certified association executive CAE credential from the American Society of Association Executives, the Center for Association Leadership. An accomplished business leader, a celebrated industry voice, Dr. Dufresne's recent honors include the Human Resource Executive Magazine Top 100 HR Tech Influencers, Global Impact Award of Distinction from Bauman Foundation for Workplace Equity, and Mental Wellness. A lot of credentials to her. We are very proud to have you, Dr. Amy Dufresne, with us. And we are much delighted to host you, and we are eagerly waiting to listen to you. Apart from this, she is also on the board as a board member for the World Federation of People Management Association, board chair of the Columbia Lighthouse for the Blind, member of the Economic Club Washington, and the CEO Roundtable. A lot of applause to Dr. Amy Dufresne. With no ado to standing between the participants and Dr. Amy, I just give way to listen to Dr. Amy Dufresne. Over to you, Dr. Amy.
Good morning. Are you all still awake? Good morning. All right, better. Thank you. All right, I just want to test this clicker out to make sure it's, hold off 1 second. Oh, thank you. So I'm really excited to be here with you today. This is a wonderful opportunity for us to learn from each other today. This is a jam-packed program of wonderful insights about what's going on in business and in HR. I'm really excited to share with you the very first inaugural report of the state of HR. You are the first audience that I'm delivering this to because we just released it on Thursday. So we've packed this all in so that we can share with you the insights from HR professionals around the world and what they're seeing going on in their, from their vantage point. So at the very bottom of the slide is a QR code where you can download the report for you to share with your colleagues. You can use it as a reference. I will also make sure through Malini and all of my colleagues here that we can get the slides to you so that you can use these as you're studying HR and you're figuring out sort of, what are some of those trends that we're seeing. So this is all available to you. We want to share this with you, and I think this is a really exciting report where we found some really interesting insights as to what's going on. We had over 4,500 folks that participated. Many of the respondents that were part of this survey are experienced HR professionals. Nearly half of them had more than 15 years of experience in HR, and more than 70% were managers, directors, and above. So this data really reflects the lived experiences of HR professionals. So since we have only a few minutes today, or maybe a little more than a few minutes, I'm going to cover some of those key themes and takeaways that I want to share with you, and then I'll wrap it up at the end with some of those things that I think are most impactful to business leaders and HR professionals, because the most important resource in our organizations are our people, period. That's your biggest differentiator. That's the thing that will make you and your companies much better than other companies that you are competing with. So remember people in the decisions that you're making and what you're hearing today, because that's the core and the essence of this study and research. What we have found in this research is both encouraging, but it's also a challenge to us as HR professionals. And my goal today is to really help you to understand and see the profession where it stands right at this moment, where the risks are emerging, where the opportunities are very real as we move through 2026 and beyond. Is this, do I go back, move forward? Yeah, I'm just seeing, I don't know that this is right. Okay, so I think that this might not. Okay. So HR is optimistic, but it faces challenges right now. So I want to start with how HR professionals are feeling about their careers. Despite everything that HR is carrying right now, optimism is one of the strongest themes in our data. As a group, HR professionals are optimistic and they are very resilient. They understand how people and performance are tied together, and that how we cultivate our people is how we cultivate success. It's not a surprise to me that in today's HR, they're looking past the adversity and focused on getting the job done. More than 75% of our respondents said they love working in HR. They are either a lot or immensely love working in HR. About 2/3 say they're extremely hopeful about the future of the profession, and almost 3/4 would recommend HR as a career. That tells us some very important things about HR. During the seasons of some major technological shifts and geopolitical shifts that are happening right now, that optimism in HR indicates resilience. HR professionals understand the pressure, but HR professionals see the purpose of their work. When HR professionals choose to stay in their roles, the top reason is not pay. In fact, compensation was among the lowest reasons why retention in human resources roles exist. 39% said that the relationships, those positive relationships with their coworkers and their colleagues, their managers, and that collaborative and friendly environment are the top reasons that they're staying in their job. Another 27% say that they are enjoying their job responsibilities and they feel challenged and find purpose in their daily tasks. And they're really interested in engaging in those super fun projects that we all get to participate in. But what HR attracts are people who really care about each other and the impact that they're having on the business and each other. Optimism doesn't mean that there are no challenges. HR professionals report a lack of clarity around their career path. 41% said that a sense of clear path is not well defined. When asked directly, 41% said, maybe I'm going to explore some other opportunities that might be out there. 55% said that they had looked for a job in outside of their current employment. That doesn't mean that they're leaving the profession, it just means that they're looking at leaving the company in which they're working for. While HR walks a line between operations and strategy, some may see their role as purely operational or administrative. 28% said that it is administrative and professional, and 5% of folks said it was purely administrative. But I can assure you that it's not. As you heard in my introduction, I've been in HR for a long time, and I'm seeing HR shift dramatically to be a much more important and a partner to drive business results. So I think all of this is really encouraging for us. So one of the things that we found in our report is if there's one area where HR needs to excel in 2026, it's technology. More than half of the respondents said that implementing HR technology is one of the areas that they feel the less competent in implementing those different technologies. The paradox, though, is that technology is where HR feels that less prepared, but it's not the top professional development priority for many. Fewer than half of the survey respondents are being trained by their companies are in AI implementation and usage. I can say that every conversation that I'm in from a CEO perspective is that AI comes up all the time. I was recently I'm a member of the Wall Street Journal CEO Council, so I was with many CEOs. We kind of partition off into smaller groups. There were 25 CEOs in this room, many whose organizations you would know, you would recognize the companies that they're representing. And there was even a large discussion around what is AI? What does this mean? Aren't we already using these tools? Why is this so revolutionary? So there were a lot of questions around what this really means to us and our businesses, and for HR to look at making sure that our team members from across the organization are prepared for this shift that we're seeing, including emerging technologies, not just ChatGPT, but robotics, and other areas that we're seeing evolve within the organization. HR is not change avoidant. The challenge here is pace and the lack of structured support. So many HR professionals see that technology will change their jobs in many ways, including documentation, performance management, process optimization, and about half of them feel optimistic about using AI in the future of work. But the training gap creates risk. If HR doesn't intentionally build capabilities, others will define how technology affects people and culture decisions. Enterprise AI requires HR to collaborate closely with IT, legal, and leadership. In 2025, it was reported that basic AI training is required for all USAA employees, and the CEO sends regular communications to their team about how to use AI within their organization. In my organization, our CIO is leading this effort, and he is constantly communicating to the team about how we can use the tools of technology to work more efficient and work better in what we're doing. What I call this is working in your zone of genius. I don't know if any of you have ever read the book, The Giant Leap by Gay Hendrick, but he put together this book and talked about the zone of genius that we all have within us. There's all things that we love to do that are things that light us on fire, that really excite us. And what we need to do as HR professionals is find that zone of genius in our teams across the organization that will help them to work smarter and better and be more effective at what they do. If you want to Google at some point, the zone of genius, he's got a really brilliant explanation about what it means. And I've really felt that this is important for people that are working for us to be operating in that zone of genius, that place where they really can contribute to the organization. What we also found is that HR professionals are lifelong learners. The good news is that HR professionals love and they seek out learning opportunities. Nearly everyone in 2026, according to our survey, participated in professional development in 2025. And everyone said they are going to participate in professional development in 2026. They're looking to better themselves. They're looking to make themselves even better than they are today. And let's face it, this is a time that we have to continue our lifelong learning in everything that we're doing to keep apprised of what's going on and the changes that are happening. The survey respondents said they favored online instruction, they participated in webinars, they did some self-directed courses, and they participated in events just like this to engage with people, build their communities and their efforts all around them. At HRCI, we have developed an engaged community for people to, across the world, to gather together virtually and learn from each other and share some of those things those challenges that you have as a professional. So you can join that community. It is free, it's open for everyone, and it's on our website. We also have a component in our engaged community that is for our colleagues in India. So I encourage you to join that because it's a great place to ask some of the questions that are more regionally focused to you, where you're really seeking out some of that help that you need. What we also found is that businesses are contributing a large amount of resources to that professional development, giving their teams time and the resources to participate and to buy the courses for people to do professional development. So we're seeing two really big trends in professional development. One is developing a strategy that supports organizations' mission, vision, and values. And the second is compliance and risk. And these are two very different competencies for HR professionals. One is very compliance, transaction driven. The strategy is how you're leaning into the business and leaning into C-suite colleagues to help them with the business challenges that they face. So what we're hearing is that HR is doing professional development on both sides of the spectrum to make sure, because the compliance, things that are happening in our own countries and our own areas is changing, and we need to keep apprised of what that looks like. But there's also that need to make sure that you're leaning in from a strategic perspective as to what's going on within your business. I think I've talked about some of these on the deck. I think we got a little bit sideways on some of these. Talked about that. So what I want to do is talk a little bit about some of the trends to watch in 2026. And I think this is a really interesting opportunity for folks to really lean in on some of those trends that are important as we're moving forward for the business. So as we've discussed, HR professionals are passionate about what they do. However, a surprising number of HR professionals have observed conflict and dangerous behaviors in the office. More than half of the respondents have witnessed Forms of hostile or dangerous behavior, acts of bullying are the most common, but more than a quarter report that experiencing more extreme and dangerous threats are right in the middle of it. 1/5 of HR professionals said they've witnessed substance abuse in their organizations. And in a world where a majority of HR professionals say workloads are increasing, almost half are saying that their stress levels are high and that they have to adjust as they think about mental health in the workplace. Because mental health impacts productivity, it impacts retention and engagement, and things that are harder to quantify, like innovation. Yet many organizations still approach mental health with a focus on mental illness. Is that one? Should I move this back? Okay. Is that on? Yeah. Okay, can you hear me? Is this better? All right. So should I turn that off? Do what? Oh. All right, so I didn't know that you all couldn't hear me in the back. I'm sorry. Hopefully they're recording this so that you can catch up on this, catch up on where we are. Can you hear me in the back now? Can I get a thumbs up? Thumbs up? Yes? Okay, great. So when you talk about mental health and workplace conflict, organizations are offering benefits to people that are already in crisis. A much more effective strategy is to shift that focus to prevention and addressing problems such as burnout, depression, and withdrawal before they have a negative impact. We can take inspiration from how well companies address physical health and safety. We don't just focus on health insurance, we promote healthy habits and preventative measures. If there are hazard conditions at work, we need to educate people on what the protocol is to minimize those risks as much as possible, and create those protocols for our colleagues who are managing our teams all over our countries or all over the world on what some of those risks are and reducing those risks. We have decades of research to draw upon, including resources from organizations like ISO and the World Health Organization, which publishes workplace health, mental health guides, so really important resource for folks. And a preventative investment in mental and emotional well-being of our employees, including those in HR, is an investment in the success of the business. So another trend that we're seeing in 2026 is talent acquisition and remote work. Hiring remains the primary function of HR, and in one of those areas that we're seeing a large amount of evolution in is technology, and developing and advancing that technology so that we can hire more quickly and we can get people integrated into the business in a much more rapid way. Yet our data shows that HR professionals are leaning into tech systems that streamlining results and interviewing processes. They remain cautious about fully embracing those platforms. Personnel interviews are the heart of the hiring process, with about 60% of respondents saying that they conduct 2 or 3 interviews before they bring somebody on board. 84% say they're not using AI to conduct job interviews, and only 1 in 5 are using AI for hiring and screening more broadly. 62% said that technology makes hiring easier, but 25% said that it really didn't have that much of an impact. 14% said technology is making hiring more challenging. And I think what candidates are finding out who are trying to come and apply for jobs is that they're using technology to move their resume or their CV up the, on the levels of attention by management by doing very creative things, like when they're submitting their resume and their cover letter in for a job, people are actually taking and copying, pasting the job description and putting it in white letters so it can't be seen by the hiring manager. They're putting that into the cover letter, so that will move their resume up in the stack of when a recruiter is looking for those positions. So not that I'm advocating that you do that, but it's happening. But HR professionals are really relying on human judgment. AI is used selectively and interviews remain central. The clear message here is that efficiency matters, but trust and human context still leads. So that's a really important message for you that are in HR or you're coming into HR, you want to have a career there, that context of meeting somebody face to face really matters. With regard to the workplace, we are truly a global economy in every way. Particularly since the pandemic, it is increasingly common for workers to log in from anywhere that they can. Remote work is no longer this trendy perk that organizations offer. I can tell you that me being on the road, I work wherever and whenever I can, and so it's remote work at its finest. There's no single approach to remote work that fits every organization. This is why organizations need to understand and be really vigilant about what their culture is. How does work get done? Some organizations have said remote work just doesn't work for us. You have to physically be in the office. We have to work face to face together. Other organizations are saying, we have customers and clients everywhere, and so I need you to be with those customers and clients to move your businesses forward. There's no single approach, but industry matters, as do department functions and those communication channels. One of our expert contributors noted the future of HR is not remote versus office. It's organizing a boundaryless workforce with intentionality. While large majorities of our respondents indicate that working from home creates some flexibility, less commuting and wasted time, and a healthier work balance, many industries still have those requirements to be on location. So all these things are things for HR professionals to be working with in the organization. So our opportunities in 2026, we have a really rare opportunity right now. For decades, we've argued that people matters and that culture matters. HR is redefining itself as a performance function, and you are part of that. In 2026, HR has a clearer line of sight than ever before between people decisions and business outcomes. The opportunity for HR is to move decisively from being a function known for its activity to one known for impact. And this opportunity will also challenge you to be comfortable with evidence, to engage in trade-offs, to say not only what you believe is right for people, but why it's right for the business. The nature of the change is that it always happens, and we can learn and lean in and leave those other things behind. So I know we have lots of folks here who are representing either who are HR professionals right now, CEOs, students, people that are studying post-grad who are looking to be in HR or business leaders. So just for some key takeaways for leaders is rather than simply asking your people to work harder, think about coaching them to prepare for what the organization will ask next. Ensure your teams are prepared not just to execute, but advise, to anticipate issues, evaluate trade-offs, and guide leaders through the uncertainty that we're in, all of us right now. Given the sentiments that I shared on technology from the HR community, this means that we need to be making deliberate investments in our capability, understanding systems, and helping define AI governance, and ensuring that technology supports those sound decisions that we need to make. One of the most concerning findings is the data on how HR professionals lack a clear sense of where their career is going. And this is a leadership issue. So we've got to help HR professionals to see that path forward, to see their career and the future that they have within our organizations. For students, I ask you to build your business literacy. That is really what's going to define you. You need to understand your company that you're going to be working for in order to be credible. So you've got to, when you go to an organization and you start to work there, learn everything you possibly can about the business. Learn how your organization makes money, because that's what's going to drive your key performance indicators and those things that your teams are going to be working forward. When you're making decisions, consider what will affect performance and cost and risk. You don't need to be a technologist, but you've got to be well versed in how these technologies are changing business. Get comfortable with experimenting in HR and AI, and learn how technology influences hiring, performance management, and decision making. I could go on and on because I have so much to share with all of you about this, but I want to thank you for the opportunity to learn from each of you today. Please connect with us at hrci.org, or you can find me on LinkedIn at Amy Dufresne. I will share with you my business card. I have an electronic business card. I'd love to connect with you, learn more about you, so please come and see me afterwards. Again, download the State of HR report, join our HR community. If you're looking for an HR AI chatbot, HRCI has one. We built it and launched it last summer. It's a great resource for you. Again, it's free for you to come in and ask your HR questions. It'll be a great resource for you. So thank you all very much. Thank you for the opportunity to be here, and have a great rest of the day.
Thank you, Dr. Dufresne, for sharing with all of us the annual trends and insights report from HRCI. To sum up what Dr. Dufresne has been sharing with all of us, she beautifully brought out the risks that emerge in the HR field and alongside the opportunities that evolve. From growing beyond stuck with just administrative work, how we as HR professionals can drive business results. So that is a key takeaway. In fact, she has given a lot of strategies to clarify career pathways within HR, and also as students, how do you upgrade your business literacy? So we are very grateful to you, Dr. Amy Dufresne, for bringing a lot of insights into the challenges and scope in the HR field, particularly mental health and workplace conflict, talent acquisition, remote working, and the need to embrace technology to advance HR field. Thank you so much. And on behalf of the organizers, I take this opportunity to share our gratitude for coming over here, gracing this occasion, and sharing your valuable expertise. Thank you once again. Thank you, dear audience.
On behalf of Loyola College, Chennai, I extend our sincere appreciation to a clear perspective today with such and purpose. Thank you, Dr. Jesse, for moderating the session. May I now Charles JA, Director of LIAC and the convener of International HR Conclave, to kindly felicitate our esteemed keynote speaker, Dr. Amy Dufresne, with a memento, and Dr. Jesse with a bouquet as a token of our appreciation and gratitude. Thank you, sir. Now, we will breaking for a short tea break for 10 minutes. And for all the delegates, tea will be served in the ground floor of Bertram Hall and volunteers will be there to guide you. And please use the refreshment pass provided at the time of your registration to collect your refreshments. Thank you.
I request all the Loyola students to come back in 10 minutes and give your attendance to your respective faculty. The attendance will be taken.
Hello, check. Mic check. Mic check. Mic check. Hello. Hello, check. Hello.
Check this. Hello, check this. Check, check. Check this. Check, check.
ஃப்ரேம் வச்சிட்டியா? அங்க கேட்க சொல்லு. ஹலோ செக், மைக் செக். ஹலோ ஹலோ செக் செக், மைக் செக். டிலே இருக்கா சார்?
Check. Check.
Mic check. Hello, mic check. Check, check, check. Hello, mic check. Mic check. Mic check. Evinesa. கேக்குதா? Hello, mic check. Mic check, check, check. 1, 2, 3. Check, check. Mic check. Mic check, mic check. Mic check. 1.
Check. Mic check. Mic check. Mic check. Check. Mic check.
We request everyone to kindly be seated. We are going to start the session quickly. We request those who are standing, kindly be seated. We are going to start the session quickly. And I also request the faculty member for each department to kindly ask the students to maintain silence. I request the faculty members, make sure the students are quiet.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome back to the International HR Conclave. We now move into our input session titled ISO HR for Commercial Success and Global Recognition. It is my privilege to invite Dr. Xavier Mahimaraj, Head of the Department of Commerce, Loyola College, to the stage. Dr. Xavier Mahimaraj has also served as the IQAC Director and has been a guiding force in academic leadership and institutional excellence, and we are honored to have him moderate this insightful input session. It is my privilege to introduce our speaker for the session, Mr. Brad Boyson, GPHR, SPHRI, CPHR, co-founder and CEO of HR Learn. I request Dr. Xavier Mahimaraj, sir, to introduce the speaker for the session.
Before I begin, once again I make a kind of request. Those at the back, please kindly get into the hall and be seated in your places. Thank you. Respected dignitaries, delegates, my dear students, good morning to all. It's my privilege and honor as a chairperson of this particular segment of the conference to have a session on very important theme of ISO HR for commercial success and global recognition. Today we are truly fortunate to have with us an eminent global leader in human resource management and standards, Dr. Brad Boyson. Dr. Boyson brings with him over 2 decades of rich international experience as both practitioner and a consultant. He has led diverse workforce across all inhabited and global organizations worldwide, and his academic journey spans 3 prestigious business schools with specializations in finance, industrial relations, and human resources, complemented by 7 professional qualifications. Currently, Dr. Boyson serves as the chair of Mirror Committee on HR Standards at the Standards Council of Canada, contributing significantly to the development of global HR standards, including his role as convener of ISO 30414 year 2025 on human capital reporting. His professional career is marked by impactful leadership roles with renowned organizations as a spokesperson, having completed 2 Ironman triathlons and numerous international sporting events, reflecting the same discipline, resilience, define his professional life. His wide integrate culturally diverse and in a practical hands-on perspective. As an acclaimed author, proactive and cross-culture expertise. Dear participants, in today's rapidly evolving business environment, you will all agree with me, aligning HR practices with the international standards is no longer optional. It is mandatory. It is essential for sustainable credibility and global recognition. We are confident that Dr. Boyson's vast experience and deep understanding of ISO HR standards will provide us with valuable insights and practical guidance. On behalf of the organizing committee and all the members gathered here, esteemed delegates, I extend warm welcome and heartfelt welcome to our distinguished resource person. May I request once again the back kindly, and let's have the session with a profitable discussion. Thank you. Welcome.
I request the students at the back, please get settled, listen to the deliberations.
Good morning, everyone. pleasure to be here at this esteemed institution. My topic is HR standards. Let me calibrate the room a bit first. If I can ask, how many of you are studying human resources? Hands up. Studying human resources. How many of you are studying finance? Any finance students in the room? Okay, this will help you. Thank you. I'm going to take you on a journey today with my presentation. And the purpose of that journey is to introduce you to standards in human resources. And as I say that expression, I suspect you already have some preconceptions when you hear the expression standards in human resources. Maybe you think they already exist. Maybe you think standards commodify people. Maybe you're thinking workforce information is confidential, or one size fits all when you're trying to standardize human secret. The list goes on and on and on and on. We've heard all of the reasons why standards in human resources are not possible. My talk to you today isn't to convince you to think about what human resource standards means. Let's start with some numbers. The demand for human resources. Various statistics are out there. One of the statistics says that the profession is going to grow between 6 and 8% in the next 10 years. HR technology, we talked about that earlier, is doubling in the next 5 years. There is, get this number, folks, 8.9 trillion US dollars are linked to productivity lost by workforce lack of engagement. 39% of skills today are obsolete within the next 4 years. Think about this question. What does this suggest about the future of HR? What do these numbers tell us? Well, it's growing. Human resources are growing importance. But this is just one side of the equation. Let's look at the supply of HR. By this we mean the supply of people, the competence of people doing human resources. Most HR practitioners have a university degree, and it's growing. But less than 10% of people have an HR degree that work in human resources. 54% express moderate to severe burnout. 25% are saying they're already burnt out. And almost 40% of people working in human resources today are considering leaving the profession. Now, what do these numbers tell us about the future of HR? Challenging. Challenging to say the least. Let's combine these two dimensions, perception versus behavior. Surveys, as I'm sure all of you are aware, they're good at capturing people's emotions, their feelings. But what really matters is what people do, how they behave. According to LinkedIn, and this is a global number, turnover in human resources is around 15%. People leaving roles in HR to do something else. Whereas for comparable roles, the average is closer to 11%. What's going on here? We've got demand growing, value growing, impact growing, and yet people in the profession are stepping away. Think about this. The function that's responsible for attracting and retaining the workforce are having trouble retaining themselves. That's an interesting dilemma, to say the least. Why is this happening? Well, one hypothesis would say HR scope is expanding, but the competencies and capabilities of individuals are not keeping pace. It may be true, but that's true for most jobs. HR is an emotionally demanding role that involves conflict. Well, that's also true. And you know what? It's always been the case. It's not new. Third, HR's volume of work. There's so much work to do. Administration. It crowds out doing the more impactful, value-added work. Well, that's also true. But that's more of a symptom than a cause. How about this one? HR is tasked with leading change, but the execution of that change is actually done through others. Think about that. HR is not directly implementing change, it does it indirectly. Well, let's dive a bit deeper as to how that may impact the profession. Look at the screen. Here I have a thought experiment. Can you tell me the job description that I'm about to show you? The purpose, translate business objectives into workforce plans. The responsibilities and duties, own design and delivery of workforce strategy to achieve organizational objectives. How about qualifications, demonstrated ability to translate strategy into workforce outcomes, capabilities, competencies, communication, empathy, conflict resolution, relationship building, adaptability. Any guesses to what job this is? Let's go behind the surface. What does the job description of HR say that's not on the screen? Well, between the lines, you must, if you work in HR, have highly developed soft skills. Directly, you need these competencies. But you're going to be held accountable for hard, smart objectives for the organization as a whole. In other words, your responsibilities are indirect. Let's go a bit deeper. What does that really say about you, someone who works in HR? Well, your success will be measured indirectly through the performance of others. But your failures, that will be on you. You will be directly accountable for not achieving what you're required to achieve. How many here are interested in applying for this job? Sound exciting? Is there some correlation between why some people are leaving human resources, given these parameters? Well, how and why does this happen? Actually, it's not rocket science. It's very clear why this happens. HR is a non-transitive, symmetric, zero-sum game. That's pretty wordy, pretty academic, isn't it? Let's go a bit simpler. HR operates in a circular conflict of interest. Well, what do we mean by that? I call it HR has a triple agency problem. What do we mean by that? HR is a fiduciary of the organization, an employee. HR is an advocate for the workforce, another stakeholder group. And HR is the steward of the social values and norms in the society. And you know what? We have to do this all the time. This is the unspoken truth of working in HR. That is a challenge by any definition. If we were to take this job description, no formal operational meaning line authority, you're the voice for the collective of the workforce, and you have to be socially altruistic. If we had to create an image for that, a personification of that, I would suggest this would be that image. And that is a lot to ask of every human being that works in human resources. It's about how HR's governance is structured, this contradiction of responsibilities, being an agent for 3 different stakeholder groups with different interests, often conflicting interests, some in the organization, some outside of the organization. Let's assume, in good faith, that we want to improve this. How can we make this improve? We're not going to fix it. This isn't going away. One of the options is assign more authority to HR. I haven't met many CEOs that say, yes, let's give HR more line authority. Let's make them the head of operations. But to be fair, that's not why HR was created in the first place. HR was created as a division of labor and specialization so that operations could focus more on what it does. A second suggestion is we outsource all of HR, take it out of the organization so that HR no longer reports to management. They're no longer an employee. Well, this doesn't make sense either, because the reason you have HR in the organization is so the function aligns with the organization's goals and objectives. How about creating more rules and regulations? That sounds familiar. How about some more policies and procedures? Well, this usually fails, but it is the channel we most often implement. Makes me think of this expression on your screen. I'm sure you've heard it before. Insanity is doing the same thing over and over and expecting different results. Ask the wrong question, you get the wrong answer. Let's try and ask the right question. Where does enterprise authority come from? Formally, enterprise authority comes when there's 3 characteristics present. 1, a function owns the defined outcomes of that function. They're directly accountable and responsible. 2, they operate against agreed standards. I'm going to come back to this. And 3rd, their contribution is subject to independent verification and consequences. Well, let's follow up on that. Can or should this level of authority be applied to redesign or restructure HR to better align its roles and accountabilities? Well, the question is, how would you do that? How would you do that? But before I answer the how, let's contrast what we mean by standards. We use this term all the time, standards, standards, standards. It's so overused that it loses its meaning. So let's differentiate between standards for an organization and professional standards. Organizational standards are internally defined. Professional standards are externally defined. Organizational standards can change with priorities, different budgets. Professional standards are stable across leadership cycles. Organizational standards, the definitions can change. Professional standards have clear methods and boundaries. Organizational standards are comparability differs between organizations. whereas professional standards are consistent and comparable between organizations. You can get external assurance for an organization's standards, but again, it's variable. Professional standards allow for, they enable independent verification. Organizational standards really depend on the management and leadership. And management and leadership change. Professional standards are anchored in accountability that extends beyond the individual, and that is a critical point. Simply put, internal targets, goals, objectives, KPIs, OKRs, these are not standards. I'll give you a case study. That's why I asked earlier, how many of you are studying HR? How many of you are studying finance? What is the case study in finance? Finance owns its execution. It doesn't just advise or consult about finance. Finance is anchored its authority in professional-based standards. How many of you have heard of IFRS? IFRS, the finance people, you better put up your hands. IFRS, the International Financial Reporting Standards, or for the Americans, GAAP, Generally Accepted Accounting Principles. These are the professional standards of finance. Finance decisions are auditable. Let's put these three together. Accountability and authority become aligned. But here's one of my key takeaways for all of you today. If you want to take away some short thought experiments, ISO HR standards are to HR as IFR standards are to finance. ISO HR standards are to HR as IFR standards are to finance. I have one final thought experiment to share with you. What if, let's say the IFRS were to introduce standards for HR? Think about what I just said. What if finance starts to create standards for human resources? Some of you may think that's a good thing. Some of you may think that's not a good thing. Well, here's the thought experiment. It's not a thought experiment. This is not a thought experiment. This is happening now. Next month, IFRS will be finalizing the development plan for its standards in human capital, which is basically HR. Finance is developing standards for human resources. It's not theory, it's not a thought experiment. In 30 days, you'll get a sense of how they're going to do that. So, if you're vested in human resources, my question to you is, how will this impact human resources globally? Right? How will it reshape the function of HR? Or maybe you want to take back some control of that. In any case, this is coming soon. Because this will have profound commercial impact, but also global recognition. ISO is global. IFRS is global. Here's my personal takeaway to each and every one of you, especially those of you who work in human resources. The main reason an organization, an individual should adopt or advocate for ISO HR standards isn't because of theories, it's not because of best practices, it's not because of altruism or earning certifications or pending regulations or even AI. It is to empower HR professionals when they're in those difficult meetings, when they're dealing with conflict resolution, when they're attempting to make the business case for the value of the workforce and people. It's to be able to say, this isn't my opinion. These are the professional standards of my profession. Thank you for your attention, and all the best for the rest of today's sessions.
Thank you, sir, for your insightful words. May I now invite Dr. Arul Kamaraj, sir, Assistant Professor, Department of Social Work, to felicitate our moderator and the speaker for the session. Thank you, everyone. We now move on to our next session, that is the panel discussion.
Good afternoon to our global HR fraternity. As we move towards the next segment of today's conclave, we now begin the panel session 1. May I now request our moderator and the panelists to kindly take the dais as we begin the session. Our moderator, Mr. George Nomdedu, please welcome, sir. And our panelists are as follows. Dato Dr. Wasihar Hassan. We welcome you, sir. Ms. Divya Satyan. Welcome you, ma'am. Mr. Rajkumar Arul. We are pleased to have you, sir. Mr. Selva Ganesh. We are happy to have you, sir. Please take the dais. Yeah. Only shawl and bouquet. Only with the shawl. Okay. Yes.
You are felicitating RSO moderator.
Yeah. So is there any more? I'll read the content. Okay. Is there anything for we don't content? Okay. Uh, Now we'll honor our moderator with a shawl and a bouquet. So may I now request Mr. M.A. Jacob, Loyola Alumni Association, to honor the moderator. May I now request Mrs. Malini to felicitate Dr. Wasihar Hassan with a shawl and a bouquet. And Mr. Anthony Raj to felicitate Ms. Divya Satyan with a shawl and bouquet. And I request Dr. Amy to felicitate Mr. Arul, Rajkumar Arul. Ma'am, can you move to the side? Next. I now request Dr. Amy to felicitate Mr. Rajkumar Arun. And I request Dr. Brad Bison to felicitate Mr. Selva Ganesh. Yes. Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. To steer this important conversation, we have with us Mr. George J.D. Nomdedew, Managing Director, Global Operations at HRCI. Please give him a big round of applause to our distinguished moderator. The stage is yours, sir. Mr. Nomdedew, we are delighted to have you with us and looking forward for your leadership in this conversation.
Can you hear me? Yeah. Good afternoon, everybody. As it was mentioned in the intro, my name is J.D. Nomdedew. I'm Managing Director of Global Operations for HR Certification Institute, HRCI. I am not an HR guy, but I am someone who recognizes the value of HR. In my position, I get to speak with HR professionals from all over the world, and I can tell you that I often hear the same type of challenges and struggles, but also the passion. And as I mentioned, I'm not in HR. Many of you here might not be in HR, but perhaps you're trying to discover what is this HR that I hear about, that is everywhere, that it's growing, and that it might be something that I can get into because it can be something from business, law, maybe from finance, psychology. There's multiple ways in which you can get to HR. And that really is the point of this panel. We have people who are in HR, have been in HR, arrive to HR from different areas. We're trying to incentivize you to think about your careers from the beginning, before you even join the workforce. Part of the conversation today is going to follow up on what has been discussed earlier this morning about how HR is more than an administrative function. We want you to think about HR as a strategic function, participating in the decision-making process in any organization, especially as we deal with new technologies and new generations that are going to significantly change the workforce. So today the panelists that we have are going to address what HR is from different perspectives, different industries. But before we begin, I would like to read what this panel is really going to be about. Yes. Today's panel, Analytics, Culture, Impact, the New HR Agenda. What are we talking about here? HR is not a back office function. It is how organizations choose, develop, and align talent to win in the market. This panel brings perspectives from technology, advisory, leadership, coaching, and public service to explore what modern HR looks like in practice through the effective tackling of utilization of meaningful metrics, shaping culture intentionally, and executing with discipline. What we're talking about here is what are the metrics, the data points that are going to be required in order to make those strategic decisions. But before we begin, let's meet our panelists. I want them to introduce themselves for just a little bit. But let's do that with a direct intro about who each one of them is.
Let us now turn our attention to the distinguished panelists who will help us unpack the theme Analytics, Culture, Impact, the New HR Agenda. Firstly, joined us on this panel is Dato Dr. Wasihar Hassan, one of the earliest executive coaches in Asia. He serves as an executive coach at the INSEAD Executive Center across Fontainebleau, Singapore and Abu Dhabi. He is an adjunct professor at University Tun Abdul Razak and a senior associate at Ketz de Riz Institute. He also serves on several corporate boards, including Bank Rakyat Malaysia Berhad. With over 30 years of corporate leadership experiences, he served as a CEO, chairman, and director across multiple financial institutions and diversified corporations. He spent 2 decades with the Dala Al Baraka Group, managing a wide portfolio of businesses, including banking, healthcare, plantation, food, and real estate, and has held board positions in major Malaysian banking institutions. He is a member of International Society for the Psychoanalytic Study of Organization. For his contributions to Malaysia's financial sector and international investment relations, he has been conferred datoships by the states of Penang and Sarawak. He is also the author of the Malay Leadership Mystic and a contributing author to Global Leadership Perspective with another publication forthcoming. We are honored to have you, sir. Our second panelist is Ms. Divya Satyan, Vice President, People and Culture at Zafin Software Center of Excellence Private Limited, headquartered in Vancouver, Canada. At Zafin, Ms. Divya leads the India Enterprise People and Culture Strategy, aligning workforce initiatives with business growth and organizational maturity. Her work focuses on strategic workforce planning, leadership development, employee experience, diversity and inclusion, governance, and building data-driven people practices that directly support measurable business outcome. As a senior people leader, she had led enterprise-wide HR agendas across both high-growth and mature organizations, partnering closely with senior leadership teams to ensure that people strategies are embedded into business decision-making rather than the operating in silos. Previously, she served as a director and head HR India at Genesis Telecom Labs, where she played a key role in scaling operations, strengthening the employer brand presence across Asia Pacific, leading HR transformation and automation initiatives, managing the complex M&A integration, improving the retention, and fostering inclusive workplace culture. Ma'am, we are pleased to have you with us.
I would now like to introduce our next speaker, Mr. Rajkumar Arul. Mr. Rajkumar Arul holds a postgraduate diploma from Warwick Business School. He founded the Eden Associates, a multi-dimensional HR consultancy firm in 2017 in Chennai, and is the director of Eden Associates. With over 30 years of cross-industry experience, he has built an extensive career spanning FMCG, logistics, pharmaceuticals, HR services, and engineering sectors. Throughout his professional journey, Mr. Arul has worked with leading organizations such as ITC Limited, PepsiCo, Gillette, TNT Express, FedEx, Randstad, Ranbaxy Laboratories, and the Murugappa Group. We warmly welcome you, sir. Please join me in giving him a huge round of applause. It is my honor to introduce our next distinguished speaker, Mr. Selva Ganesh. He joined the Indian Revenue Service in 1991 and brings with him over 35 years of exemplary service across investigation, administration, international taxation, vigilance, and training. He superannuated as Director General of Income Tax Investigation, Kerala, where he led significant cryptocurrency investigations that were presented at an international conference on tax offenses and economic crimes in Paris. He also served as Director General of Training at the National Academy of Direct Taxes, overseeing capacity building programs, not only for the Income Tax Department, but also for Commonwealth and UN initiatives. Having held several key leadership positions across Tamil Nadu, Pondicherry, and Kerala, he has played a vital role in major investigations, prosecutions, and institutional reforms. He stands as a distinguished leader in India's tax administration. We welcome you, sir.
Thank you. Well, I'd like to start with a couple questions that are going to be general for all the panelists. But in that process, we want to learn a little bit more about their experience and where they come from. So each one of you will have the same question, but we want to hear it in a more personalized way in terms of how it affects you. When we talk about HR being strategic, what must be true in how goals are set, how leaders act, and how results are reviewed with data and ethics in mind? We can start with you.
About data analytics. She wants you to repeat the question.
The question again is, when we talk about HR being strategic, what must be true in how goals are set, how leaders act, and how results are reviewed with data and ethics in mind?
Thank you, JD. Before I start answering that question, one suggestion for HR professionals is to give yourself a little bit of a title, because you see everybody now says Chief IT Officer, Chief this and that. So the HR should also call themselves, instead of Vice President HR, Chief Human Resource Officer. That is one way to glorify your title. The other one, in many organizations now, they call the HR people as Chief People Officer, CPO. So this gives a little bit of glamour and sort of gives psychologically a bit of better image to the society, you know. And so that's my first suggestion to the HR professionals. And you see, talking about HR, now the most important aspect of HR, as I think earlier on Dr. Amy said, was the impact. How are we impacting the organization? And now HR is stepping into a new era, powered by AI, predictive analytics, and real-time decision tools. But as systems get smarter, a quieter risk grows responsibility can disappear behind the algorithm. This, therefore, I say the HR will be shaped not by technology alone, but by courage, leaders who can balance performance with purpose, intelligence with integrity, and data with conscience. If you just say this is the data and then I want to implement it, then you must have the conscience that are we doing the right thing. Data can be pointing to a lot of things, but then data is purely data without any emotions. And data of this analytics is also colored by the prejudices of the people who are keying in the data. Suppose I am somebody who is anti-feminism. You know, I am very much a macho masculinist. When I have that kind of an impression, when I am a data analyst, I will key in with my emotions, which are anti-feminism. And that can be also seen in the data analytics. So it's very important that we don't rely just on data analytics, but also bring in our own judgment into it. That is why with data analytics, the HR profession is more important because you just don't follow the numbers, but you have to do it with conscience. Maybe I stop here.
Well, it sounds to me that what you just described is we can use data, we can use technology to provide that data, but somebody has to be the interpreter of that and provide the value from a human perspective.
Exactly. That's what I meant, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. I would like to be called the Chief People Officer. It's just one step away. And thanks for saying that. 25 years in HR, it's been an amazing journey. I've played multiple roles in global organizations. I want to say the moment has arrived. HR has a seat on the table. How would you equip it? You will have to think like business leaders. You will have to strategize alongside business leaders, go and meet customers, investors. I've been very fortunate to be part of customer meetings, visits, client visits. What do? I do not talk the HR language. I talk the business language. It's very important as HR professionals for us to think ahead and think what our customers want. If you want a seat in the table, you will have to develop the skills. I understand we have our employee life cycle. We have to have our data. We want to keep our employees happy, no doubts about it. But what is very imperative is what can you get ahead of the game? If you're able to talk to your business leaders, these are 3-4 things our customer wants, then you've won your seat on the table. So my suggestion would be, while data analytics is extremely important, AI has come to the forefront. There is always a fear whether AI is going to take our jobs. I want to give this example. The human brain is made of 100 trillion synapses. The AI robots, or the robots which are futuristic, are hardly scratching the surface by 10 billion synapses. Then you can see. I can explain it with an example. For example, if there are 1,000 CVs which have come for a job opening, your robots can filter it maximum to 100, maybe to 10. But you need the human in the loop. You need the judgment. You need the human mind to filter the 10 to your top 3. And that's where we play a role. So my request to the forum and my eminent panelists who are going to be shedding a lot of light on this topic, and to the audience, would be think ahead of the game and think beyond HR. The day-to-day is important. Process efficiencies are important, no doubt. But what will take you ahead is the business story. We will have to talk the business language to win the seat on the table and sustain it. Thank you.
Thank you. I heard there that you can be a fantastic HR professional, but if you don't know the organization that you're working for, what is the output, you're not going to be able to be helpful and be recognized in such role. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I think I would like to give 4 perspectives, which is critical for a HR professional. One is talent, next is career, and what does career mean for you as a HR professional who you want to take up a HR career? And then your change, what is happening around you? And next is leadership, or what is that you need to equip yourself as a leader? Or culture, how do you build a culture? These are the 4 things I would like to emphasize, my experience the last 3 decades, and these are the 4 critical things which makes a difference as a HR professional, especially people who are wanting to get into a HR profession or probably in their careers as a HR professional. First is talent. There is unprecedented change. I mean, we've been hearing about change from morning. There's unprecedented change. I've not seen this type of change in the last 30 years in my career, what I've seen in the last 1 year. What impacts on talent is there's no more skills of getting obsolete in very short period, probably 6 months, 1 year. So what happens is talent gets obsolete. So how do you equip your people to upgrade their talent, or reskilling, reimagining skills becomes critical. So next is careers. Don't look at career growth. Look at career lattice. When I say lattice, how much of skills can you pick up in your career, rather than looking at just a promotion over 3 years or 4 years. Okay. Next is change. Let me ask one of the panelists. Somebody's got a ring. You got a ring or a watch. Can I ask you to remove your watch and put it in your other hand?
Right now?
Yeah, just put it in your other hand. Just remove it and put it in the other hand. Yeah. Yeah. So, yeah, just, okay. Yeah. You can try it in the audience as well. Yeah. Just remove your watch and put it in the other hand. Yeah. How did you feel?
Feels heavy.
Yeah?
Feels heavy.
Are you comfortable?
No.
No, that's right. That's what change does to you. The first is discomfort. Be very comfortable with discomfort. As HR professionals and also as HR students who are getting into HR. Be comfortable with the uncomfortable. Yeah? That's the first thing you need to be comfortable with. Because change is happening all around you. What was there as careers a few years ago is not going to be the careers for future. Change is going to impact you right from the time you walk out of your career, from your student days to a corporate life. Next is again as HR professionals. No more skills are going to be relevant. I think you can hear it in the AI and automation world. There's already Anthropic on the way. And there are skills which are getting irrelevant, right? Next is culture. What is the culture you're going to build as an organization? The most critical thing in culture is, I think I heard it yesterday, fail fast. You know, how can you fail fast and learn? I mean, it's very, very difficult to understand this concept. How do you fail fast? And that's what organizations are grappling with, because the future is unknown. We don't know what the future holds, because there's so much of rapid change which is happening. So how can you fail fast and learn? As HR professionals and also HR students getting into the field, you need to inculcate that culture of how do you inculcate systems and process which can help organizations to fail fast and learn. Yeah, you may have your traditional, systems of appraisal systems and your other HR systems should be able to adapt to this rapid failure mode. How do you design systems which can help you to fail fast and learn? These are my initial thoughts. We can always build on it.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, friends. You've heard my fellow panelists enumerate various aspects of what human resources management mean to them. A one-liner, both for the professionals and the students who are gathered here. A HR is meant to bridge the gap between organizational goals, individual expectations and aspirations, to ensure that the capital we have, humans, is translated into achievement of organizational goals at the least personal cost to the person. Let me illustrate this from my 35 years of experience in the department, the income tax department. Many of you probably were not born when I joined the department. Some of you are old enough to have filed returns in 1990s. Anybody who filed returns in the 1990s? If you filed a return in the 90s, it would take you about 2 years to get a refund. I have a lot of college professors here. You file returns, I'm sure. Do you get your refunds? How long does it take to get a refund now? 3 days, a week, a month. Now this is what the topic of the day has done. Analytics, technology, and culture has changed that a department has managed to deliver in matter of weeks what used to take 2 years. If you go to the internet and search, you'll find that getting a refund is something extraordinary. Your own money coming back to you. What enabled this? And what was the role of HR here? So in 1997, the journey began of transformation, of computers being brought in. Now, we heard a lot about change management. I think sometimes this fear of change is overrated. It has been there throughout. Right from the time man stepped out, the first caveman stepped out, to the current era, change has been happening. It's continuous. It's as natural as the breath we take. So 1997, the unions opposed tooth and nail when we brought computers. They said computers will take away their jobs. Today, or even around 2000, people started, the unions started, the staff associations started demanding computers. We started off with a collection of 30,000 crores. Now, we have reached 24 lakh thousand crores. All this because this department has been able to adopt technology, adopt analytics, and the HR has been able to change the culture of resistance to this change, the fear of the unknown. Therefore, let me again sum up, the HR professional job is to ensure that the organizational goals are met. Now, we have a large student population here. My fellow panelist and fellow Loyola hosteler, Arul, talked about career planning and so many other things. So, my question to you, I think most of you here are BCom students. If tomorrow you're offered a job in a bank or a firm, how many of you are confident of performing what the field has for you? Can I have a show of hands, please? If I give you a tally, can you operate a tally package? Are you comfortable entering into a ERP system? Dear fellow Loyalites, this question is for you. Yes or no? Are you feel ready? I can't hear you. No, that's the answer. Why are you not feel ready? Therein lies the question. So the challenge for you, what lesson that you should take away from this conclave is that now you will be at the end of your tenure in this illustrious institution, will be qualified with a degree, a BCom, a BSc, a BA Economics, a MCom. But does that make you necessarily qualified or able to perform? Now, the HR people here, once you come in, will want you to go through a training schedule so that you can fit into the organization. Two words were talked about by Rajkumar. He's a talent and skill. You have to understand the difference between talent and skill. Talent is what you have been born with. Once in a century, we have a Sachin Tendulkar who has a natural ability, a talent. But then, each one of you can aspire to be not a Sachin Tendulkar, but a Rahul Dravid or a Virat Kohli by sheer dint of practice, planning. So your 3 years, if you're happy obtaining a degree in this college, then you will find that you're not ready for the job market, or when you are employed, you don't have the necessary skills for it. Therefore, the first task here, which starts today, is to understand what you want to be in your life. What is your immediate goal on passing out? What is your career going to be? Once you decide on that, there are 3 things that you need to build. Knowledge. Knowledge will be partly provided by the curriculum that you're being given, and then the skill set. So if you're aspiring for a particular job, investigate and understand what is the skill set that you need and start working on it today. Things have not changed. 35 years back when I was in this college, I didn't know what a UPSC syllabus was. It was a problem understanding what a UPSC syllabus was. So in a way, when I was obtaining my degree, I wasted my time in not preparing for the civil services. And in the civil services, a difference of 1 mark means a difference of 100 ranks. And that is how tough life is. Therefore, if today you decide that you're going to have a career in the UN, the United Nations, or the International Monetary Fund, or you want to develop your career in a multinational bank, start working on what are the qualifications, what are the skill sets required for it. Demand from the institution the necessary facility for that. And then work on it every day. You will find that you're not only field ready when you finish your course, you will be future ready. The ability to deal with change. And finally, the most important aspect, which both the HR professionals and the student, it is something no institution, no HR professional can teach you. It is your attitude to work. That is where the culture part of comes, and that's where an institution like Loyola stands out. What I learned in this institution, not out of textbooks, but from the way the management, the culture, the spirit that was imbibed in me has stood me in very good stead. And this attitude, this culture is something that you'll have to add to your knowledge and skills to ensure that you have success. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello? Thank you. So education is just the beginning. What you're doing here today is just the beginning. You have to look at the horizon, look at where you want to go, and get an idea what are those skills, what are those habits that you need to implement in your everyday in order to get there. And speaking of culture, let's try to figure out how to transition into the importance of culture within an organization. So again, a question for everyone. What are the few people signals that any leadership team should look at each month to stay aligned with business outcomes, and why those? So in essence, what are the things that every leader in every organization needs to make sure that is keeping an eye on a steady basis to make sure that they're advancing according to what the organization is dedicated to? How are we creating that culture that everybody is in sync, moving in the same direction?
Very good question. Everybody have their own motivations. The CEO may have his own motivation. The CFO may have his own motivation. The HR head may have his or her own motivation. The challenge is how we can align all those into a unified objective for the organization. And that is not easy. It is very challenging. And in fact, one of my chairman office officers was telling, he wouldn't like a CEO and a CPO, the Chief People Officer, to be too close to one another and agreeing on everything, because that means they may be colluding the organization to what they want. You know, everybody likes to bring the same type of people. So the chairman may want, like in my bank, the chairman wanted to bring all the colleagues who have worked with him before. It's good, and it also has its negative implications. So if you allow too many of them to be aligned there, then the board and the CEO, the board and the management alignment may be different. So it is very, very important that the HR monitors that there is not too much of a collusion between the management, and that the objectives which are determined at the board level are being closely monitored. And I think the people officer or the human resource officer will have to play a role to make sure that these objectives are not being sort of spoken only, but is being followed through. And it is everybody's responsibility, and I can tell you that it is not an easy task, but everybody has to play the role in managing that the organizational objectives are closely being followed, and HR has a very important role in making sure that this is being done. I think that's...
Thank you.
Just to add to what Dr. Wasir said, in Conferry, if you look at it, next to the CEO's dimension and capabilities, the closest or the similarity comes to the CHRO, the Chief People Officer, right? So it's very important as one leadership team, we are very aligned, and the people strategy is never in silo. It is embedded in the business strategy. And we just don't go with culture scores. We look beyond. We look for signals, we look for cues, whether everybody is working in harmony, because that's very important. So some of the things which are early warning signals would be, attrition, which is an outcome, of course, but is there going to be an early warning attrition that you're losing people within, let's say, 12 months? That's a signal something is not working right in the organization. For example, it could be immense pressure, it could be productivity which is, taking a toll on work-life balance. So you go beyond. There are pulse surveys and skip level meetings which happen. Sometimes in pulse surveys, if you look at it, everything looks normal. But when you do skip level sessions, then employees open up and you get to sense there's something which is disturbing and underlying. There is a psychological safety which is missing with employees. So it's important to have more discussions around and mediate some of those things. What is important is culture definitely is top down and follows the CEO and the leaders. But I think most organizations are evolving right now to have an open and transparent culture. As youngsters, as aspiring professionals into HR, I would say that watch out for those signals. All of us have data in immense quantity. There are slice and dice of employee life cycle data, but what's important is for us to watch out for those signals, watch out for those information which can transform into insights. We as an organization generally dump a lot of information on our managers. How do you drill down insights? How do you pick 2-3 insights which are actionable? How do you bring in accountability with people managers and leaders? And how do you close loop with actions is very important. Keeping one factor in mind, which is the business strategy and the business goal we have to achieve as one team. So I think it's very imperative for us to, as HR professionals, point out towards guidance, point out towards signals, and close loop with business leaders, putting the accountability on business leaders to review and close in a manner which will improve productivity, improve engagement, and the top line. End of the day, we have to think like our customers. That's very important. Think what would be the business goal? How would we reach it? What are 2-3 things as an HR head I will have to partner with the CEO to ensure that my end goal of the business is reached?
Very well, thank you.
I think when you're building teams, you probably will be part of a team, or probably you'll enter a team when you pass out of college. There is an unwritten rule in most organizations. You need to have diverse teams. You know, people from different backgrounds, different cultures, different value systems. But yet we align people into one goal, which is the vision of the organization, and that's the role of HR. And how do we do that? One of the processes which most of you are familiar with is the performance management system and the competency alignment and the performance goals. That's one way of aligning people into focus, into vision, and your common goal which you want to achieve. But what is the role of HR? HR's role is to bring alignment, and you will have friction. There's no team without friction, right? There will be friction. HR goal is to equip the manager to manage the friction to deliver on results. That's the goal of HR in simple terms. It could require analytics, it could require AI tools, all the tools you might have, but you should bring in the human element to look at how do you build relationship? How do you build lasting relationship within the team to ensure there is alignment and we don't lose focus on the common goal, which is in most organizations.
He's back at it.
Thank you. So much has been said. I just want to add, what is the role of leadership? The first duty of the leadership and the HR team is to explain the why of an organization, not the what of an organization. So every employee comes there and he's told what to do. But why does the organization exist? So if I'm part of the government, part of the tax department, why do we exist as a department? Is it tax collection or tax administration? There's a world of difference between tax collection and tax administration. Unless my team knows why we are here, he will end up killing the goose that lays the golden egg. A businessman, an entrepreneur, is a very productive person. And if my goal, if my organizational goal is maximization of tax collection, it may lead to disruption of business processes. Today, what is our country looking at? To improve the index, the ease of doing business. So the why for government servants today, the absence of a license permit Raj, to make sure that the productivity, the product activity goes on. Unless this why is known, what the government servant is expected to do can never be done in the manner it is to be done. So whether it is environmental pollution, whether it is conservation of energy, any organization, the leadership's primary duty, apart from whatever my panel members said, is to clearly enunciate why do they exist as an organization. And when the why comes in, what to do will come in, and how to do will come in, and this will ensure that everything is aligned. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we're going to go into very quick questions for each one of the panelists to really deep dive into their expertise. And I'm going to start the other way around with Mr. Selvaganesh. I'm going to ask you about, in high compliance environments, how do you balance performance improvement with privacy and fairness? Make it a quick one. I got another one for you.
A fantastic question. High compliance environment, how do you work? it goes back to what I said earlier. The attitude of the government servant has to change. We need to see ourselves as facilitators. I am here to ensure that the entire process is smooth. And in this, I think technology has been a great enabler. Many of you may not be aware that your routine functions today, especially in the income tax department, can be done without you ever entering the department. So there is a assessee portal. You have your PAN, that is the permanent account number, that is your ID, login, and everything you want, every certificate you want, every query that has been raised can be answered there. You are not expected to enter the portals of the income tax department. There is something called the faceless, which has been rolled out since 2021. So our entire department has become faceless. And we are sending you electronic mails to ensure that there is compliance. See, all these are enablers. But to answer your question, unless the attitude, the culture, this is where the culture aspect has come. We have inherited a system where officer is considered, he is sitting on a pedestal, and the person he's meant to serve. Though we are government servants, we hardly perceive ourselves as servants but as masters. As long as this mental attitude of master and subject is there, you will find any compliance, however technologically enabled, will be complicated. Therefore, the culture and the attitude has to change. Thank you.
One more for you. How do large systems prove culture or service quality in improving over time? How do large systems prove culture or service quality in improving over time?
Officers of the government and officers of large organizations are trained in the technical skills. Very rarely we are given the soft skills, and soft skills are very important. And one of the most fundamental soft skills is how we approach. How do we communicate something? So leadership skills and communication skills, it has to start from the top and percolate down to the bottom level. If Loyola has been built as an institution of excellence, it is because the management conceived of a vision, the professors, lecturers executed that vision down to the everyone here, whether it is the librarian. I have been part of a school where the library was kept under lock and key, and if you approach to borrow a book, it would be frowned upon. Why do you have to? So that is the attitude of that person, which reflects on the organization. The management, therefore, will have to ensure that that you are an enabler, you are a facilitator, that has to be brought in. And it also goes to the broader aspect of team building, where we need to emphasize that it is the organization, it is the people who we serve who come first, not our individual interests. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Ru, for growing companies, what simple routines keep HR priorities tied to business priorities every quarter? For growing companies, what simple routines keep HR priorities tied to business priorities every quarter?
I think the primary focus is what is the vision of the business. I think that comes first. What are you trying to achieve at the end of 5 years or 3 years or every year? That's a priority number one. From there comes your functional vision. If that is your organizational vision, what is your functional vision for the year? And that could be aligned to your business vision. Has to be aligned to the business vision. And then comes your, how do you measure those vision statements? And that's your KRAs or KPIs. And many organizations do it differently. One of the best is Google, which the OKR method, which they do. And a lot of organizations use it like a rhythmic exercise, you know. And I've seen organizations do it every 3 months, where there's a critical conversation between with internal customers and the function. For example, HR sits with the internal customer functions. For example, if there is a HR function servicing 4 functions, the functional heads and HR sit together and discuss their HR presents their KRAs and their achievements. At the same time, the function debates whether this has been met, not met to their expectation. Then there is alignment. And that's how organizations align expectation and delivery. You know? So that's important, because if you don't align expectation and delivery, you will probably go up the hill thinking you're giving the best of service, especially in HR. HR doesn't produce numbers, though there is analytics and deliveries, but it conveys feeling, right? You have a feeling that you're being cared for, you're being looked after in an organization. That's a feeling. So that's important for HR to measure it as well at the end of every quarter. So these are practices which come within the organization. Many organizations do it monthly because the change is imminent every month. So there is a monthly review with the customer functions and the service functions. It could be just HR, it could be other functions as well. So you will have a monthly rhythm meetings where you will calibrate with your customers to see whether you've met expectation or exceeded expectations. And that is facilitated by the CEO or the common function across, mostly by the CEO. If it is other function, HR facilitates. Otherwise, for HR function, the CEO facilitates. That's the way I've seen best practices work.
So let's expand into that. Whenever change is happening, in product engineering teams, what people practices most people need to improve in delivery of speed and quality without burning people out?
Sorry?
In product and engineering teams, people practices most improve delivery speed and quality.
Very nice. The art in most organizations, burnout is a very common phenomena, and that is also because when sales goes and sells, they undermine the efforts required. No offense to any of the sales folks here, but I think what's important is for people managers to lead with empathy. I think that is very important. In many of our culture surveys, we get to see comments and feedback saying there's a burnout which is happening. So it's important for people managers to allocate work, look at productivity, look at what is the efficiency and the utilization per employee in their team, and project work accordingly. My take on it is this is not going to come down, it's only going to go up. And I have very clear-cut answers to our employees to say it is no longer work-life balance, but it's work-life integration. But however, keep your sanity, take that block holidays which is required. We have employee assistance programs in organization which cater to the emotional and mental wellness of our employees. This is a very hot topic in most of the product organization and software organization where we have work-life balance issues. Please do, a good amount of study of what is a happy organization, what are some of the factors which will equip HR, and we do this day in and out. We have cohorts and we have conversations with our people leaders to ensure that we pick those signals. We just don't go with survey results. I've stirred many organizations to be a great places to work organization. I've helped them ranked in top 50. It all boils down from the top. It is from the CEO and the senior leadership, but I also say that it is also in the hands of employee, how they embrace technology, how do they use AI to their advantage, minimize the mundane routine work, and equip themselves with a lot more learning. Nobody is going to come and tell you, you will have to learn. I know my fellow panelists did ask this forum, how many of you are equipped? And it was very sad to see a no, but it should start today. After this panel, I request you to embrace learning and make yourself future ready, because we are going to only hire the best of the best. Thank you.
Thank you.
to oversee her. Which leader behaviors have the biggest effect on culture, and how do you build those behaviors consistently?
Culture is not an easy thing to build. It's built over time, and it's not one individual who builds culture, but it's the whole organization. Of course, it's from the top leadership, but it has to be built in over time. And it is very, very important that culture is also looked at in different regions. For example, the culture in Europe may be very different from the culture in Asia, and even within Asia, different cultures different countries have different cultures. For example, we make a simplistic assumption that Chinese from China who went to Singapore to work, they would have a similar culture, and the Indians from India who went to Singapore to work will have a similar culture. But the Singapore government found out that they were completely different. The Chinese from China had very different culture from the Singaporean Chinese, and then the Singaporean Indians versus the Indians. So culture is a very difficult thing to define, and it has to be built over time. And of course, the positive things about culture is that once the patriarch or the founder has built in a strong value, the value system is very important for culture. And if the value system is positive, then that can be passed on from generation to generation. Some of the companies, for example, the best company I think in India you can talk of for doing a great cultural attribute is Tatas. Tatas take care of their employees so well. When I was a student in Loyola in the 1970s, there was a student from Jamshedpur who had come to do BCom in my class. So I asked him, why have you come from so far to study here? He said, because my father works for Tata Steel, and the government takes care of, the company takes care of everything, providing accommodation, work, and then the employees' children's education. That kind of culture, which only now being embraced in many organizations, was already in Tata's many decades ago. So the positive culture is something where you need to build up over time. And many companies which have negative culture will drive away the people. Research says 70% of the people leave the organization because they don't like the organization, but they don't like their bosses. So the bosses must be able to willing to build a new culture which people are willing to embrace. And a study by Milgram in the US also has, in the 60s, has said that if you get a negative culture, the employees are also willing to embrace it without question, because the people are, what the leader says, the followers will be embracing. We can see in the US also how the negative attributes of the president is filtering through the country, and many of them are willing to follow the leader. So it all depends on the leadership, how to build a positive and culture that can last, and that will be probably the best way to embrace culture. Thank you.
Thank you.
I just want to add in a viewpoint to what Sir said. Like, culture is a strategic asset, and I want to tell you, in high-performing organizations, the CEO rolls up his hands, then everybody below is also rolling up his hands. So Zafin is an organization, we have our senior leadership team all hands-on. Our CEO would code, would use Cursor AI. So if anybody down the line who's frontline engineer doesn't know cursor AI, it puts a lot of pressure. So learning is
So we had more questions for the panelists, but they graciously have offered to take some questions from you, the students. So if we have any questions from the students, you have here people from industry, people who are coming to see you, to talk to you about what your future awaits. So if anybody has any questions, please step forward. We can make the microphone available to you.
It's a room full of, 600 young minds. Definitely 6-7 questions possible.
We know
I know
you're
we are
talking.
standing between lunch and you.
This is your opportunity. This might be the question that leads to your next job, position, future. Ideally about HR, but it could be about some of the concerns that you have, some of the challenges that you see as students about to join the workforce. They got quiet now. Well, let me ask you a question. Show of hands. Has anybody today, because of this talk, decided to consider a career in HR? Maybe an hour ago, 2 hours ago, was not something that was in your future. Do you see some of the people here and see, well, that could be me in a few years? Anybody who's considering HR? We're not convincing. How many of you are from social work? Let me see those hands. I think they're from mathematics. Well, we're going to extend. I see a question here. Microphone is coming to you.
It's always the first question. Give a big round of applause to the gentleman.
Thank you.
Check. By the way, good morning to everyone. So my question is, the next upcoming March, the IFRS are going to release standards on HR, right? So what's your opinion about it?
Anybody wants to take that?
The IFRS standards are essentially to capture. We have now many intangibles, right? Intangibles are also valued. When you talk about an intellectual property right, if you have a plant and machinery, that can be valued. Am I right or wrong?
Yeah, sir, you're right.
So then how do you value IPR, an intellectual property right? It is an intangible. What is the biggest wealth we claim our country has?
Youngsters, youth?
Currently we say we have the youngest population, and therefore the human resources, the population dividend, as we say, is the richest. But how do we actually capture this? Will a trained personnel reflect in the financial status of a company, how to capture it? This is an attempt. It may not be perfect, like in valuation of all, but I'm sure that this will be work in progress and will evolve to ensure that the human capital part, if it can be captured in a certain way. If there is anything in addition?
Yes, sir. That's
Have I answered your question?
Yeah, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It goes back to a 1947 economic theory of ordinalism versus cardinalism by two mathematicians and economicians called von Neumann and Oscar Morgenstern. How do you quantify that which cannot be ordinarily quantified? can we give a numerical ranking to certain things which are not exactly material, but they do impact and they do reflect on the performance of the organization?
See, we have one more question. Yes.
My name is Edison. I'm ex-Loyola alumni. So we have discussed so many things about culture and AI development, all these things. Now my question is, anybody can answer. My question is, after AI intervention, the words loyalty, gratitude, will these words have same meaning like earlier, or these meanings will be there or will not be there?
See, the technologist taking this one.
Let me try answering that, because this is a question we get from many youngsters and also professionals in the software industry. If AI will take their jobs, and because we have AI for the routine work or the frontline work or the work which does not require human mind. So the question is, will there be loyalty, right? I personally, and this is my view, I will also defer to my fellow panelists to answer. I personally think with AI coming into place, it is only going to enhance jobs, but in a different way. I am sure the screening and the low-level jobs, even in HR, let's say talent acquisition, for example, against 10 recruiters looking through 1,000 CVs, it'll be one AI which will filter the jobs, but nobody is going to steal the human judgment when it has to progress to different level. Sorry. So I personally think if the talent pool is going to equip itself with the futurist technology, they will definitely have a place in their organization. Loyalty is different. You can also be loyal doing a much more superior job. So my point is, as talent, why do not enhance your skills rather than look at being with sub-minimal skills and thinking that the organization is going to be loyal. India is a very competitive and a cost-sensitive market. So it's important that speed is a differentiator for all of us. So with speed, I think with AI coming in, it is to our advantage. That's my view. Loyalty definitely to employees. I have seen employees grow so much in every other organization being recognized. I've had employees move up across ranks, and one common feature is they've always challenged status quo. If you challenge status quo, if you embrace learning, if you are futuristic and you sell yourself, you always have a place in the organization. That's my take.
Loyalty is always assumed as a one-way street. It's actually, loyalty is both ways. The employees should be loyal to the organization, and the organization should also have its loyalty to its employees. The example I gave about Tata's was, if you have an organization like Tata, the employees will be loyal. And not only that, the British built up a very good loyalty. I know that Standard Chartered Bank, which is the British bank, when the employees retire, they used to have this policy. If they have a family member, the children or somebody who is willing to take over the position, they will employ the children of the parent who was retiring. That is true loyalty, because it's both ways. But the moment you started the policy of hiring and firing, loyalty was completely lost. And now the employees do not have any loyalty, because organizations do not provide lifelong employment. The Japanese had great loyalty at one time, because if you work for one company lifelong, you'll be only working for that company. But that kind of loyalty has disappeared because of various factors, change in culture, change in technology, etc., have contributed to that. So it is, in fact, during the pandemic, there were some organizations we did not even retrench one employee during the time. The shareholders were willing to bear that brunt. And those, when you display those kind of attitude, loyalty can be built. Otherwise, it's not fair to expect the employees to be loyal without any input from the employers themselves.
Just a few words on AI and technology and artificial intelligence and how can it impact employee relationship and employee-employer relationship. I think the problem, cognitive skills are still with the human being. You may have AI and other technology impacting data and information, but the cognitive skills is still with the manager or the human being. Problem-solving skills, communication skills, the ability to impart knowledge, ability to congratulate people. For example, AI cannot see, AI cannot feel, but you can do that as a human being. So the leadership is important, and that's where loyalty is a result of a leadership skill which you exhibit. So the cognitive skills are still with the human being. Human skills are becoming much more critical. The workflow is shrink. What I used to take 1 week to do a 3,000 resume shortlisting is done in 30 minutes. I can shortlist a profile for 3,000 applicants in 30 minutes. The workflow is shrunk, but still I have to decide out of the 3,000 which I shortlisted about 20 or 30, which resume is the best fit for me. It's my decision, right? So that's why the cognitive skills are still with the human being.
A very short response, sir. Let us again not blame AI. The hiring and firing culture is not new. It started with Reaganomics, with Reagan, when he fired the FAA employees when they went on a strike. Since then, this culture has come in. So we need to live with it. As a professional, we need to understand it is not AI which is a disruptor. Hiring and firing has been there now for about 40 years. So we need to live with that. And within that, all the other perspectives come in. Thank you.
Thank you. That's all the time that we have for today. Thank you for listening. We heard from industry leaders, as you can see, people who are involved in HR in different multiple ways. I want to thank our panelists. I want to thank Loyola for hosting. Thank you very much.
Thank you to all the panelists for this wonderful session.
Now, as a token of gratitude, I would like to call Dr. Xavier Mahimeraj to felicitate Mr. George Nomdedieu with a memento. Welcome. I now invite Dr. Charles to felicitate Mr. George Nomdedieu with a memento. And now I invite Dr. Edward Sudhakar to felicitate Dr. Wasihar Hassan with a memento. And I would like to call Dr. Xavier Mahimeraj to felicitate Ms. Divya Satyan with a memento. And now I would like to call Dr. Vanita to felicitate Mr. Rajkamal Arul with a memento. And finally, I would like to call Mr. Masi, Loyola Alumni Association International Coordinator, to felicitate Mr. Selva Ganesh with a memento. Thank you all.
As we conclude the session, I would like to thank all the panelists and our moderator for leading us into this session. We will now break for lunch. Lunch is served for all PG students, HR professionals and registered participants in Men's Hostel Jubilee Mess. I repeat, lunch is served for all PG students, HR professionals and registered participants in Men's Hostel Jubilee Mess. And we kindly request you all to please assemble here at 2:25 p.m. as we would begin our next session. Thank you. I would like to repeat, please assemble here at 2:25 p.m. We will begin with our next session soon. Thank you.
I request all of you to settle down. We can start the second session now. I request all of you to settle down. We would start the session soon. I request all of you to settle down.
CNN News. CNN es mi edad. 100 எனது வயது. ஆரம்பமே இதுதான். 100 is my age. It's just a beginning.
100 ans, c'est mon âge, c'est juste le commencement.
Hail Loyola, for the greater glory of God. Hail Loyola, our mission has just begun with love, joy, and happiness in praise of Saint Ignatius of Loyola.
சூரியனது வயது லோயலா எனது பெருமை லோயலா எனது அடையாளம் வாழ்க லோயோலா சூரியனது வயது லோயலா எனது பெருமை லோயலா எனது அடையாளம் வாழ்க லோயோலா.
Loyola, que ta lumière brille, vive Loyola.
Loyola centenary, a milestone we celebrate, a legacy of excellence. We care for one another, in red and blue colors, our spirit gathers.
புத்துழி உதவியும் உருள் பொருள் கொடுத்தும் உதவியும் உரு பொருள் கொடுக்கும் கிட்டநிலை முனியாது கற்றல் நன்றே முனியாது கற்றல் நன்றே பிறப்போரென உடல் பயிற்று உள்ளும் சிறப்பின் பாலால் தாயுமனம் திரியும் ஒரு குடி பிறந்த பல்லோர் உள்ளும் மூத்தோன் வருகை எண்ணாது அவருள் அறிவுடையோர் அருவரசு செல்லும் வெற்றுமை தெரிந்த நாட்பால் உள்ளும் கீழ்பால் ஒருவன் கற்பின் மேற்பால் ஒன்றும் அவன் கேட்படுமே மேற்பால் ஒன்றும் அவன் கேட்படுமே. Loyola is my pride.
Nuri.
We can now start the second session. Good afternoon, distinguished leaders, HR professionals, academicians, industry experts, and dear participants. As we move into the second panel discussion of the International HR Conclave 2026, we now turn our focus to one of the most pressing and defining challenges of our time, winning the global talent war, retention, skills, and leadership readiness for business success. In today's hyperconnected and digitally accelerated world, talent has become the most valuable currency of competitive advantage. Organizations are no longer competing merely on products or services, they are competing on skills, agility, innovation, and leadership depth. As highlighted in the Conclave theme, transforming HR as a strategic driver in the digital age, today's discussion reinforces the evolution of HR from a support function to a strategic architect of organizational success. May I now invite Mr. Anthony Raja Devadas, our moderator, and our esteemed panelists, Mr. J. Kabilan, Mr. T. A. Matthew Gunaseelan, Dr. K. Maran, Ms. Niranjana Chetar to the dais.
I request the participants behind to kindly maintain silence. Thank you. And as the moderator and the panelists move forward to the dais, I request our participants and all of you to kindly give them a round of applause. Shall we put our hands together, please? Louder, louder, please. Yeah. Thank you very much. Before we begin this second panel session, to felicitate our moderator and the panelists present here, I invite the following persons to come and honor them with a shawl and a bouquet. To felicitate Mr. Anthony Raja Devados, the moderator, I request Father Louis Albert, the alumni director, to do the honors. Okay. Mr. Anthony Devados. Okay. Let's be generous with our applause, please. Thanks. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Father. And to felicitate Mr. J. Kabilan, I request Mr. Balamurugan, the General Secretary of the Loyola Alumni Association, to do the honors. Thank you, sirs. To felicitate Mr. T. A. Matthew Gunaseelan, I request Dr. George to do the honors. Let's put our hands together again. Thank you, sir. Thank you, doctor. To felicitate Dr. K. Maran, I request guest Anthony Sami to do the honors. Yes. Thank you very much, sirs. And to felicitate Ms. Niranjana Chetar, I request Dr. Nancy to do the honors. Thank you, ma'am. Before we begin this panel discussion, I request every participant to engage actively into this session. To further enrich our conversation and discussion, I invite Mr. Anthony Raja Devados, our moderator, to proceed. Thank you.
Thank you, MC. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. Thank you for your attention after a very good lunch. So our topic for this afternoon's panel session will cover about an hour and a half. Oh, sorry, 1 hour. We're going to compress it into 1 hour, so you'll have to pay attention throughout the session. The topic is winning the global talent war, retention, skills, and leadership readiness for business success. So I've been joined by 4 eminent panelists. And if you notice, we didn't have to introduce them. So they are going to introduce themselves with words later on in terms of questions and responses. But what I thought would be good was to kind of give a context on this topic. I still remember winning the global talent war was a major article and research done by McKinsey many, many years ago. And they at that point of time, they said talent has already won the war. So what are you going to fight for, right? But today we wanted to understand, after so many years, with so many changes and evolutions happening, where is human resource progressing? Where are businesses progressing? And where are talent progressing, okay? And that includes all of you who are studying, right? And how does it connect back to us? So what I did was I got the 4 panelists to tell me something that others don't know about them. Do you want to know what it is? If you're not going to respond to me, I can't continue. All right, thank you. So we got 4. Mr. Kabilan, who's the VP of L&T Semiconductors, and Mr. Matthew Gunasilan, CHR of Amritanjan, Dr. Maran, Director of Sairam Institute, and Ms. Niranjana Chatter, who's Assistant Human Resource for World Bank. So you want to know what is special about each one of them? Yes? No? Yes, okay, thank you. I get partial response, partial attendance. Okay, see, when I said attendance, everybody kept quiet. Okay, so Mr. Kamilan is self-declared fitness freak, okay? So he's very conscious about fitness. I want you to remember those things about each one of them. So there's something special about them. And he's, of course, focused on all gym and sports and everything. Then we have Mr. Matthew Gunasilan, who said something interesting about promoters and entrepreneurship. He's studying them, understanding better of engaging them, getting inspirations from them, right? So there is a great perspective from there as well. So next is Dr. Maran, Sairam Institute. He spoke about crisis management. So one of the things he is passionate about is, from an organizational or institutional perspective, how does he manage crisis, right? And crisis management is a very important topic in today's life. And all are related to HR. Have you noticed one thing? And we have Niranjana. Niranjana said she's an advocate for mental health and mental hygiene. All right? So I think it's significantly connected. Everybody is connected back to HR through what their personal passions are as well. All right? And that makes absolute sense. All right? So shall I continue? Okay, thank you. I'll be continuously asking you guys questions. So the deal is like this. I'm also Loyolite, okay? Do you know when I graduated? 30 years ago. 1996. Batch 1996, okay? So you remember I came here before you came. All right, so let's continue. On this topic, there are a few things from a context perspective. We spoke about why this research paper from McKinsey has come into play. What are today's organization adopting in terms of attracting, developing and retaining talent, but also as a conduit to challenge the system a little bit. If you have heard the term build, buy, borrow, and bought. All right? I'll add the fifth B for you. It's called bridge. How are you connecting all of this as part of the new talent supply chain and the journey forward? Okay? So I think you have heard enough from me. So I'm going to be probably reaching out to the panelists now to start off with the first set of questions. So the deal is like this, huh? I ask them one question, you ask me one question. Is that okay? If I ask them one question, you get to ask them one question. Is that okay or not? Okay. So somebody get ready for the next, huh? All right. So here we start. To all the panelists, all of you have a general question. What are the most effective strategies you have implemented or witnessed in retaining top talent in your organization? All right. Let's start with Niranjana.
So hello everybody, I am Niranjana, and like Sir had already introduced me, I work with World Bank and I'm currently their HR operations. So when you see the topic itself, it says winning the global talent war. So our biggest concern is war or any of it doesn't mean hiring new people, retaining new people, getting in new staff, whereas we are trying to retain current staff. And for us, currently, I think it's our biggest program or our ideology of keeping staff in the bank itself is probably our mentorship programs. So we have multiple mentorship programs that are done globally. And as part of that, we have introduced or automated the career services where staff are able to go and log in and give their objectives of what they would like to see or where they would like to be in the next 5 years, based on which they can choose their mentor. So this is our priority, is to retain our staff rather than hiring new on people and how we upskill them. So I think going forward, we can, when we have more conversations, we can probably discuss the other projects that we have. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Kabilan?
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. The most important or a significant thing that I have witnessed or experienced in any organization, I will say, is purpose and pride. Any company that is able to connect with the employees a larger purpose, I felt that was a very important glue that stick the people to the organization. And also connecting to whatever they are doing, how it is going to impact the target audience or a customer base, which help the pride. From L&T perspective, at least I can say, we proudly say that we are a nation builder. All the milestones that we connect, the established of physical and non-physical structures, there is a huge pride for the people because any big bridge that is built, the Statue of Unity, for example, or the Motera Stadium, everything that the employees have been partnered with, always proudly tell their families and their relatives. And it's a huge pride and also connects to the larger purpose. So that's one thing that I felt important to share here. At this stage, I'll stop for others to reflect. Thank you.
Hello. Go ahead, Mr. Matthew.
Yeah, good afternoon. I thank Rector, Principal, Professors and my dear students for giving us this opportunity to come back to my institute, my college and interacting with you. Thank you.
அவர் சொல்றப்ப come back to my college அந்த வாய்ஸ்ல ஒரு பவர் இருக்கு. Can you give a round of applause, guys?
Thank you. Yeah, it is a pride moment when you sit in the institute, in the college where you brought up and share your experience. this topic, when I look at out of the experiences in different organizations and the current organization, one thing I look at, like every organization, the one important thing is business. Always there is a maybe a conflict or maybe a debate, business or people, I would say, because the organization where I worked, mostly into the promoter-driven company, the business is important. And people are the prime instrument to bring the business, develop the business. That is the maybe a connectivity from people and business. When you look at that connectivity, and out of my experience, wherever I worked, and I witnessed, one thing common is the policy deployment. When you are talking about the policy deployment, like what Kapilan also said, the purpose, it's the other way is policy deployment. We used to experience one model called GROW, G-R-O-W, GROW. That's the model always we talk about and we implement. The G stands for goal orientation. If you set your goals clearly, definitely, and able to communicate with the people, they are engaged. So goals orientation is one important thing. Second is the role orientation. The role is not like just title or giving a position or a job description. When you are talking about the role, there is a responsibility, there is a clarity on the outcome and measure, and there are also demand for the talent you require to perform that role. So that's a second one. The third one you are talking about is the opportunity, where the HR plays a vital role. The opportunity, I'm looking at three kinds of opportunity. One is the opportunity where the employees have the recognition and celebration. So what they perform, there is a recognition and there is a celebration. That's one opportunity. The second which you have to give is financial opportunity, which is important. Nobody work for charity. Okay, people expect certain reward. So the basic reward, whatever you can able to define, give that reward and also give a financial opportunity to grow. So that's important. And the third one is in that sector is your growth. People needs to grow. So how people giving opportunity to grow. So these are the things in terms of the growth. And the final one is the W, that is the work environment. So what's the kind of a culture you are developing in the organization? Because you know, in any organization, there are a lot of negative syndrome. How HR, you remove that and build a fun-filled and a recognized and a rewarding culture, how you are going to build. So if you work on this GROW model, I'm sure you can able to manage the talent in terms of whatever available with you, and you can able to attract. That's what my experience, what I see it. Thank you.
Mr. Matthew, Dr. Maran.
Good afternoon. I think today the International HR Conclave focused on different dimensions. Our panel discussions topic, winning the global talent war. In this aspect, the panel covered, there are three dimensions: retention, skills, and leadership readiness for business success. I'm odd man out from this group. As the academicians, I'm not bothering of the retention. I have more focused on skill enhancement of our students community. When we are offering the management program, we never say just like MBA or the management program. Our program is always used to empower, or we are speaking about the leadership program. If you are a management guys, you should have such a leadership skill. Today, in the complex world, who can will? Everyone should be a leader. Everyone should be sustained in the world market. So we need to be more focused on the students' skills are very important. Either the professional skill or the managerial skills or the life skills or the critical orientation skills, whatever may be, the skills only speaking about the quality of the students. So we are more and more focused skill enhancement. Apart from the technology-based skills, our human-oriented skills very important. Situational management skills very important. So we are more and more focused in our academic aspects, day-to-day activities. Skills are only solutions for the betterment of the student community and also possible to change our world. At the same time, the leadership. When you possess the leader skills, the leadership style and qualities something different. The leadership in the sense, not only measuring in terms of a single dimensions. There are different type of dimensions, including of our curriculum, teaching learning, pedagogy, day-to-day practices in the classroom, which are highly possible to change of my students' mind and possible to become a leaders for the country. This is the focus we are doing for the past 3 decades. I used to teach, train, focus of my students, changing of their behavior, changing of their styles to become a leader in the competitive world. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Maran. If I were to, before I come for the question, I'm sure you're ready, just a summary point between how Niranjana, Mr. Kapilan, Mr. Matthew and Dr. Maran put together the points and all of it in terms of how it connects to each other, right? Connecting from a career journey perspective, mentorship perspective, but having it consistent, right? And then talking from a purpose and a pride perspective, how do you connect from a culture perspective? How do you ensure that it is that fabric continues to be part of it? And then talking about how do you look at from a business perspective, promoter perspective, mindset perspective, policy perspective, that you're bringing this together and you call it the grow, you know? It's also a culture aspect that's coming in. To Dr. Maran, I think a nice way to excuse me, battery, yeah? So the other part was basically to look at how do you look at skills, life skills, leadership skills. You can learn a lot of things, but how do you build the skills that will help you lead? You can learn a lot, but how do you build the skills that help you lead when you go out after you graduate and so on? I think it's a nice way to segue into this, all right? So before we go to the question to the panelists, as we agreed, right? So the question has to come from you all to us, to the panelists. So can we propose a question? Anyone? Somebody has to. Okay. Thank you. Sorry, I couldn't see. We need a mic in this left corner. Please introduce yourself, name, and where you're from, and ask the question. Thank you.
Check. Good afternoon to the panelists and all the participants. And this is Rex Mohan Kumar from KEFA Technology Solutions. We are a consulting and training institution. So one of the pertinent thought which has been toiling in my mind is one of my clients asked me they are struggling to bring people back to work post-COVID. Post-COVID, 50% of the talent force are living outside Chennai or within Chennai, but when they are trying to call them back to work, they are not willing to come back. So if they are applying any kind of strategies to bring them back to work, there is a possibility people may leave the organization or drop the job and look for any other ship to remain remote. So this is the biggest challenge one of my clients is facing. I gave him some suggestions, but still they are not convinced. So I'm looking forward to get some collective wisdom from the dais. Thank you.
Okay, let me give it a try. Okay. All right, so we are going to capture this question now. If you want to take a response, one response, that's it, and then we go to our question. So one of the panelists will respond right now, and then we'll go back to our questions. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, okay, so many of the companies are struggling who, after the COVID, thought that this is a new model, went fully supporting that. But the point is this, the organizations which are not able to connect the staff why they should come to office for work, how it will impact for their life and for the company's betterment, right? So if that missing piece is not fully established, discussed, deliberated, it's a missing piece. Because for the employees, especially a place like Bangalore where I'm there, people do spend almost like 3 to 4 hours every day for commute, which is very unproductive, right? So when that can be saved, it's a huge proposition for the employee not to come to office. If the company is able to substantiate better a value proposition, without that it is a challenge. Now it also depends on market situation in terms of competition, in terms of available opportunity of the job, etc. So how much as an organization can push and make it as a mandatory, it has a, like double-sided sword, I would say. So it's a delicate situation, has to be dealt more deeper before deciding on it's not a single solution that can work. It's my personal feeling. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kabilan. Hold your questions. We'll come to you soon. But we're going to have another question. That's the deal, right? We had. Okay, so the second question to the panelists is, how can organizations balance the need for immediate skill demands? Because I think October 2021-22 changed a lot of things around the world. I think like every 10 years or 15 years, there's a big shift in the way we learn and we work happens. Also, COVID also changed a lot of the things that we went through. So keeping that in mind, the question is how organizations balance the need for immediate skills demands with long-term leadership readiness. Because you also think about making sure that the business is sustainable. Once a business enterprise is sustainable, then you can add more capabilities and resource. All right? So maybe we can, I'll start this way. Maybe start with you first. I know that's a favorite topic of yours. And then we'll continue this way to Niranjana. The second question.
For the institutional level, short-term, long-term goal which is not possible. The students in our institution, not more than 2 years or 3 years in our program, either the engineering program or any other science program or the management programs. We are not focused long-term as well as short-term. We have to focus the basic skill enhancement, intermediate skill enhancement, as well as advanced skill enhancement more important. In today's world, there are a lot of changes, technological aspect. Even today in New Delhi, the World AI Conference is going on. World AI Conference. Yesterday, United Nations, President also observed India is a right place to talk about AI. India is the right place to adopt AI in industrial development. In this aspect, every institution, irrespective of our discipline, even history students will be able to learning AI, that students would be able to apply such skills or the technology in our education system. AI play a vital role. So the AI is one of the major streamline in our education system. Those days, AI is one of the skill courses. Today, AI is part of the curriculum in our education system. Especially for the management students, almost all the management education institutions, we are offering artificial intelligence and data science is one of the core course elective course for our students' betterment. So in this aspect, we never defined a goal short term as well as the long term. We have to focus our students' skills, whatever the technologies which is really need for the societies. Take for instance, in today, small and medium industries. In Indian context, small and medium enterprises, GDP contribution, small and medium industries contribution for the GDP, Indian GDP, when you are assessing, when you are analyzing the Asian countries, we are the least performer. Our performance only 8 to 9%. That's why the government of India focused all the manufacturing sector, apply deep technologies in our education system. Even sir also from semiconductor industries. What happening to semiconductor industries in India? Before COVID, semiconductor, nobody knows about semiconductors, the impact of the semiconductors. Whereas after COVID-19, our entire automobile industries, even when you are speaking this mic, semiconductor is more important. Televisions is semiconductor is more important. Every people mobile phone semiconductor is more important. So we know the reality, the impact, origin of semiconductors. That's why we have more focused on semiconductor. Those who are learning electronics communication, telecommunications, electrical engineers, semiconductor is more important. This is the emerging, the need of ours. So based on the requirements, the education institutions focusing on skill development courses, technology-based courses, not in terms of the long term. Even one more example, few years back we have discussed Oracle Finance. Nowadays no more in the market. Oracle Finance, right? Even IBM framework. There are many software, many technologies nowadays outdated. So whenever you need, whatever you want, we need to apply immediately. So we need to focus our students' mind, enriching of students' mind, and analyze their students' mind, what is their really need. This is the way of the institutional focus to apply such technical skills, technology-based skills for our students. Without the skill development, we never change anything in the world or even the technology development.
When you are talking about the business and talent, short term, long term, today the business is changing, it's evolving. Since I come from mostly into the FMCG background, earlier like company create a product and sell, so consumer buy it. So the price and whatever the specification for the product, company decides. But today, the consumer decides everything. The product specification, requirement, even the price. So that's the way the business is evolving. So that, and according to the business model or the people talent model has to evolve. Otherwise you cannot. Whatever brought you here will not brought you there. That's a basic. And second, every level of the next level demand the next level of you. This is a basic. So accordingly, your talent also you need to groom. Okay. So normally, how we look at the talent, we look at into team A, team B, team C, or the other way look at there is a team of creators, there is a team of executors, there is a team of maintenance. So there are three teams, and if you call it the third team, the maintainer team, you don't have much challenge. Your blue collar workers, okay, or the people take care of the day-to-day activities, okay, all those things and all, you don't have a much challenge. But the B team, the executor, there is some challenge because they take all the skills and everything execute forward. The much challenge is the team A, there is a creator, and getting those team, retaining and nurturing is the much difficult for any organization. So how you have to look at these teams, where you spend most of your time, your energy, your rewarding system, your growth strategy, and all your cultural, maybe the well-being, everything depends on these three groups, how you nurture, how you develop. So if you have somebody here today, like I don't know how many of you read the book called the three-box solution. Okay, so if you read that book, Three-Box Solution, it talks about present, past and future. Okay, not past, present, future. It talks about present, past and future. Your future need, assuming like now 20, 30, I require certain kind of a business, I require certain kind of a talent requirement, I need to work today. I cannot do it, okay, 2028 I will start or 2029 I will do. No, you have to work today. So the present is very important, what you are doing currently, the kind of systems, the kind of talent you are developing, nurturing. The past is, many a time what happened, we rely on most of the past experiences or past outcomes. So selectively you have to forget, otherwise you cannot move forward. So forget the past selectively, take whatever is very important forward. And the future, yes, focus on the future today and build on that. So that's a way if you work on this, the leadership team able to work, you could able to manage the talent to war and today whatever require or for the long term. Because one important thing is the talent war is now, okay, borderless. We are not fighting locally, we are fighting globally. People are available, skill sets are available everywhere, anywhere. So you have to get that skill and you have to work on. So that's the way the short term or long term you could able to manage.
Just a quick update on when there's a need for urgent hiring. Many companies try to solve both long-term needs and short-term needs with the same talent pool. I would rather suggest if there is a short-term need, urgent skill requirement, like Anthony said about the bridge, try and look at the partner, the ecosystem, whether a vendor or a partner, get the hiring faster, or go for an external hiring if you feel that that is going to stay for a long period of time. But whereas your expertise, long-term leadership, etc., you need to invest much ahead in terms of what Matthew said, all the processes in place, right identification of young talents, how to groom them, give them real assignments, have a good mentoring and support so that there is a long future. And one important aspect is beyond salary
and to avoid skills shortages.
Thanks, Anthony. As you rightly said, the context of where we are today with the world of semiconductor, we are behind, far behind actually. We are trying to catch up. So it puts in a difficult of getting the right talents into the organization. We are into a fabless, what we call it, which is, we are not into manufacturing. We are not into the factory for producing the chips. So the design side. And a lot of the design side, most of the companies are centered in either US or Europe types. So getting those talents to here is one of the important challenges that we face. There are people who have gone from India, worked in those companies. We are trying to tap and then bring back value add to India kind of a story. So somewhat we are successful partly, I would say. But the challenge is, how do we bring in experienced people, at the same time the ecosystem in India, how do we develop help? So my chief executive is the chairman of ICEA's Semiconductor Product Foundation, or the forum for India. So their job is to develop more startups, work with partnership with many of the institutes or universities like Mr. Marans, so that we parallelly invest in bringing those kind of technology, make the younger generation equipped, and also invest in some of the partnership labs where you can give exposure to these students and industry cohorts. So those are parallel systems that we are trying to build, but it is a scarce resource. So we are fighting against the stiff competition. So one of the strategy we are using is bring in early career engineers, evaluate who are very strong on their foundation, who are very problem solving oriented, who are curious and willing to innovate, and partner with us in the growth journey. So we are trying to put them with the experienced mentors, so to say, so that there is a more like a capability clusters in different domains within the semiconductor industry, there is a huge area. For example, like Mr. Maran said, the mobile phones, the C-type charger, the research is going on that all gadgets, whether it is in your cars or homes, will only have C-type chargers in the future. You don't need multiple different gadgets. So those C-type chargers will have a chip inside which will recognize if you're putting it for a display or for an audio or for a charger. It can itself do the self-assessment and do the right delivery to the equipment, you know. So that much of research is happening there, and there is a lot of areas of growth there. Power delivery, there's a huge area that is being invested on. So like that, various specializations are there. We are trying to invest in develop those capabilities in the organization. So our strategy is bring young people, partner with the talented, experienced people, help the environment in which where innovation is encouraged. So any mistake is seen as an insight rather than a kind of a punishment, right? So we've created a psychological safe space where people can try and fail. It's in the interest of the organization, but of course there will be a structured review to identify the root causes so that we don't repeat the mistake. So those are the bandwidths in which we are operating. And as I said in the past, the managers is the important medium on which the employees experience the organization. So those managers are very, very critical, because all of you would know, the study says many people leave the organization because of the kind of trust or relationship issues with the leaders, right? So we are heavily investing on building capability of these leaders so that they do the right thing to the staff, plus also make a feedback loop system so that there is a continuous improvement going forward. And as I said, wealth creation is one important long-term, where ESOPs or RSUs, etc. is a very important aspect. So those are the broad areas in which we are trying to focus on and be successful in that area. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Kabilan. I know it's a tough question. On one end I asked about acquisition, the other end I asked about retention. And how do you connect it back with how you, I think it's a great way you looked at L&T's approach. I also had this morning a chat with Father Rector and our Father Louis as well. So we were talking about how do we bring R&D into Loyola. Incubator centers outside right now. So maybe separate request, huh? L&T work with Loyola, huh? Okay. Just parking the request right away for collaboration for R&D. All right, to Mr. Matthew, it's a very interesting situation Mr. Matthew is in. Huh? I'm going to create a little bit of problem for him. He's already CHRO of Amritanjan, and he has got his responsibility of making sure he's looking at leadership development and talent retention, right? So, but you're talking about it as an organization. But the question is also coupled with another thing. He is also NIPM chairman for Chennai, right? So from that angle, how is he helping from a industry perspective? How do we raise the bar? When we say HR, when we say Chennai, Tamil Nadu, South India, what's the impact we are creating, right? So these are two things, a loaded question, Mr. Matthew.
This NIPM that we are talking is National Institute of Personnel Management. It's a 75-year-old organization where all the HR professionals are members of it. It's not only NIPM, there are other HR forums are available in India and regional level, state level. Ours is a national level. We have some 12,000 members are there, and there is a chapter in Chennai where I am heading. And all these forums, what we try, we actually connect the professionals with the people. Okay, that's an important core. See, today what will happen, your entire thing, your learning has to shift from program-based to experience-based. Okay, because there is a program-based learning where your academy is giving. Your learning happen from your knowledge acquisitions or whatever the learning you are bringing in, okay, in various concepts. But the experience-based, where there is a lacking, there only we are connecting the experience with the academy. So that's the main course what we do it. So the young professionals we like to develop, and connect with the students. How do we bring back the experience from the corporate, from industry to the students? Because your curriculum over a period doesn't change. We are almost learning the same curriculum, maybe in a different format. But when people are moving from maybe campus to corporate, they find a lot of difficulty in connectivity and experiencing or exploring whatever they have learned in the corporate. So that's the main aspect what we try to give it. So your learning happens in the curriculum, in the campuses, through these professionals. So that's what all these HR leaders we try to bring in, and we like to give that experience to the people. So to develop, okay, instead of more than the curriculum, we teach them through the experiences, all these forums, what we are doing. And also we are looking at like, how young professionals we can able to. Because many a time they lack mentor, okay, they lack coach. So we like to bring that kind of a facility to the people, so that people are able to connect for the membership, for the coaching, and they can develop their skills. That's what as a HR we try to do, to develop skills and develop the leaders through the various HR forums. Thank you.
Dr. Maran, this is an interesting perspective from an academic perspective, right? But how do you think management education can better align with industry and to enhance the development and leadership skills, right? From a academic perspective, but thinking of the leadership perspective as well as the future industry perspective.
It's a great, right questions. Before we have discussed about that the management education is aligned with the industries. Every program is relevant to the industries. When you talk about engineering, it's really important for the industries. Even for the science system, chemistry, which is highly relevant to the pharma industries, chemistry industries. The biotechnologies, which are highly relevant to the healthcare industries. So every program is aligned with the industries. But all the programs, the title itself, BSc or the BCom or whatever may be the engineering program. Whereas the management programs is closely associated with the industries, business administration. Business and industries are similar. You cannot separate. So when you do the industries, when you are running the industries, or the administrator's role is very, very important. Without administrators, you can't do anything. Even right from that procurements or the operational strategies, procurement strategies, logistics aspect, distributions, finance, handling of finance. So all your courses in our management curriculums, which are highly relevant to the business. Without this administrative program, even today we are organizing this event. Here the event management is relevant to the management program. When you are scheduling the program, the time management more important, the event management more important, event efficiency more important, everything which is purely behind with the business as well as administration. So in this aspect, we are preparing students for the corporate. When corporate excel, the community will be excel. When community will be excel, the entire world will be excel. So that's why we are focusing, our curriculum is mainly focused on administrative aspect, leadership aspect, quality aspects. Even what we are doing in our curriculums, the recent change in our new labor code Act 2025, the Indian government has introduced. So we have planning to introduce what included in our human resources syllabus. Earlier, the GST, we have already included in our law. Whatever the changes in the world, whatever the changes in Indian market or Indian business systems, we need to adopt, we need to include in our day-to-day curriculums. We always trained our students. Our main focus, trained our students, not only trained our students, to equip of our students, shaping of our students, molding of the students. The main purpose of the management curriculum to what? To train my students for the industries. Today, world economy, or the Indian economy. So the economy is full and full depends with the business administrator, including the policy formulation itself. Who are the right person for the policy formulations? Maybe a finance discipline student or the economic students are highly utilize their skills and knowledge as well as intellectuals for the formulation of the policy. The country is a success or failure which is purely behind with the policy formulations, policy execution, policy implementations. Who can do? As an administrator, we are doing all these things. Even as a human resource manager, but we are preparing human resource manager, but the human resource policy is more important. What kind of recruitment strategies you are following? In what way you are engaging the students? In what way you are entertaining of your employees? In what way you are empowering of employees? So every moment our policy is speaking. But how the policy is speaking? When we are trained our students, molding the students, our students' performance should be excel in our organizations. And finally, what we are motivating our students, not only marketing of the goods, marketing of the product. You should have such skills to market of you. How to market as a business student, how to market yourself in the market. In terms of knowledge, in terms of skills, in terms of other attributes, impressing others. So this is the mantra we are focusing of our students' quality. That's why the business management program is highly relevant to the industries. We always administrating, not only for the administrating of the industries, the overall the country administered by the business people today. This is my small views. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Maran. To Niranjana, working at the developmental financial institution, right, a global one, right? How do you address challenges of retaining different talents, mobility of talent across different cultures, across different geographic contexts as well?
So this is actually a really interesting question, considering that the bank works in approximately 189 countries. So we are, like you said, we have different talents. We are really diverse. We have about 20 to 23,000 employees in the bank. So our biggest challenge is retention. But when we say retention, what do we say is that if you have culture and you feel safe, there is psychological safety of your job, then it is easier to have staff happy. So for us, across the globe, our staff are our priority. Our employees are our priority. So all of that, when it comes, we will focus a lot on retaining them. If you see anybody in Chennai World Bank, you ask them how long you've been there, they will probably every second person will say minimum 10 years. So there is, in Chennai, we are about 26 years old now. So all of our staff will have minimum of a 10-year tenure. And our benefits are, compared to an outside talent or an outside marketplace, our benefits are really good. Now coming into AI as a workspace, AI, bringing in automation, the bank has to use automation first. We need to use it. We need to know that AI is not here to replace HR staff. That is something that we need to train our staff also. When we say AI, the first thing that comes to mind is all our jobs are going away. The machine can do everything. It's actually a talent war with people versus machine because AI is doing everything for you. But you need to be very cautious as to how you use automation. And we've started using automation in, say, recruitment, in client services. We have started in payroll as well. So all of these, how we update using our systems, our staff, our, we take pride in our staff. So our values, our respect, integrity, innovation, and teamwork, all of this needs to be there. And when that's inbuilt in anyone, I think retention is acceptable and it is actually capable of doing. So, thank you.
Thank you, Niranjana. I think I've been reminded that the time is up. You have a question. Oh, our MC has a question. So yes, you can. But to be fair, Mr. MC sir, I have one question. I have to make sure she asks, and then we go to yours. Okay? Thank you. Can I have a mic to first row on the table? Yes, please. See, we have not forgotten.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Rekha Dave, and I am the HR head at our AI company called Digital T3 Software Services. So all the points that you have brought till now, I find that it is on the major part applicable for a company who has a physical office. Now, for a company like mine, which is 100% remote, what more should I do to tackle this retention, to retain the talent? Because we have so many training programs, we are training our employees, but what should I do to retain them 1 year down the line? I want to plan for that.
We can give you the plan, but we have to charge you for that. No, I'm just joking. But thank you for bringing that up question. Okay, so anyway, I'm going to open up to the panelists. So you have a 100% remote operating entity. All staff are working remote. You never get to see them in person, right? Most of the time, like, you never get to see. Okay, and how do you ensure we are able to find a way to retain the staff, right? And then the culture of performance, culture of engagement, and and so on. Anyone would like to take the question? I think World Bank would be 100% already. Yeah. 100% in office. Okay, we'll take a first shot at with you and then yours. Yeah.
So, good question, ma'am. The World Bank actually is 100% working from office. Like Sir said, I'm on permission today. So, retaining staff, it depends solely on the connection you have with your team as such. So, the biggest challenge right now is probably the generation. So Gen Z is somebody who you see a next opportunity, they look to take that opportunity. So how the company can probably develop, say, more leadership programs, more mentorships programs for them, what is beneficial for them with or without the direct connect would, I think, help you a little bit more. But yeah, I'm sorry, but I am a 4-day work from office kind of person because the personal touch should always be there. That is our belief also. Thank you.
I think I also have to assume few things and then say, because my colleagues who work in LTI Mindtree or L&T Technology Services are also struggling on at least partly working from office, partly working from home, like our colleague also asked about that difficulty. They are also facing challenges of bringing staff to the office kind. But the important piece is, what is your organization is doing, depending on the size of the organization, number of people and the layers, etc. Who are the touch points for these staff? And how consistently those staff can get to hear the larger purpose of the organization and transparent communication and engagement, right? While it is fully AI, digital, etc. may be there, but as she said also, there is an element of human touch has to be brought in. Still, it can be remotely. Maybe you have MS Teams where HR or the managers have to get into touch in terms of pulse check on how things are happening, what's the emotional situation, etc. How you drive the important important processes in place, like Matthew was saying. How do you put in those systems in place to check and balance and have a corrective system? I think all those parameters is actually, I'm only assuming and telling, unless we have a very detailed discussion, it's very difficult to, give a, what should I say, a solution, I would say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we still have 5 minutes, so no more questions. Okay, then I'll give a wrap up for everyone, right? He had a question, so later we'll answer the question, okay? All right, so I'm going to request our panelists to kind of give a 1-minute takeaway for all of you. All right? And this is applicable. It's going to hard request in 1 minute. I'm going to ask them to be able to advise you what is the, based on the topic of today, how do we win the war for talent, right? From those 3 angles. But the question is how it will help a professional, a practitioner, a student, right? 2 dimensions. 2 dimensions to the question. A takeaway message on the topic that we have. Let's start with Niranjana.
2 minutes to talk about AI. Okay. So the takeaway is that don't be scared of change. AI today, AI tomorrow, and 5 years down the line, it's going to be something else. So please don't be scared. Treat AI as your co-worker. If you are HR professionals here, please treat it as your co-worker. Take it forward, learn more, train yourselves. The only challenge you'd probably have is to input data without any bias. So learn. Human touch is always important. So please try to be inclusive of everything. Be diverse but inclusive. So that's my take for the day. Thank you.
Okay, so key points for takeaway from my side is, as you said, yes, change is going to be constant. Some early days of my own personal experience, like for example, each of us have certain claustrophobia or any phobia. You're afraid of something, like for example, I used to be afraid of water, and till I ventured, experienced, and went through the journey of learning it, the fear was not going anywhere. So it's about, while AI, somebody is saying about the new shift and it's going to disrupt, get to yourself, know about it, learn about it. The more you learn, you become more comfortable about it. Probably it will help you adapt faster than the competition. So that's one piece I will say. The other is treat everyone with respect, okay? Whether somebody is a specialist, a technocrat, or a leader, a P&L owner, everyone has a role to play in the organizational success. So give that importance and ensure that you have a good system in place. Identifying the individual aspirations, how do you marry to the company's goals or visions for each of these people, and the process on system should work smoothly so that you are able to retain and develop for the co-benefit of the individual and the organization. Those are the top few feedback from my side. Thank you.
To just conclude, especially for the students, see today how much you are ready to the environment, your readiness going to pay back to you. It's not like, no, I have learned something and I am comfortable. Sorry. You have to learn, you have to unlearn, you have to relearn. How many of you interested in cricket? I'll give one case study. This is my favorite, how I use it, the talent development. Excuse me, how many of you interested in cricket? Just raise your hands. Only so many people are not listening.
Are you sure only you have got 4 or 5 people interested in cricket now in Loyola?
Yeah, today like T20 matches are going on. The T20, if you take as a game, is an absolute example for the corporate world. Okay, the talent nurturing, talent rewarding, talent preparation, retaining, everything you can learn from the T20 cricket game. The budget is same, the number of players are same, and your field are going to same. But today the talent is available globally. It's not restricted to India. You can take the talent from anywhere in the world. That's the first one. Second, your rewards are specified or differentiated based on your skill. Everybody is not paid equally. Okay, so there is a game, there is a payment which is depending on your skill and your talent. It will vary. So that's a way. And third, only few people can be retained, not everybody. So be that team, that A team or B team where you can able to be retained, eligible to be retained, so that you get rewarded. And you cannot satisfy, you cannot make happy everybody. Otherwise, you have to sell only ice cream and chocolates. So only you can selectively, you can engage people and you can satisfy people. And if you can among that one, you are privileged. And that is the talent war today we are focusing and we are operating. Thank you.
Dear friends, I think today the competitive world, the listening is one of the powerful part of our human life. Nowadays, the listening skills are very, very less, I think, distracting. You keep on listening. Wherever you go, the listening is one of the powerful part to empowering of you. In our human life, who are the success person? The success person which is purely based on the decision maker. How to make right decisions in our life. The decision making skill is one of the major powerful part to identify you. Who am I? What I am doing? What is my identity? In addition to that, I would like to say something about AI. Today, everyone talking about AI and ChatGPT. The research says, the scientist what says, when you are using ChatGPT or AI, your brain growth only 15 to 20%. My dear friends, please note down. When you are using ChatGPT or the AI, your brain growth only 15 to 20%. When you are using your own methods, when you are putting lot of efforts to find out a solutions or facing the problems, your brain growth will be 40 to 55%. I am not saying, this the research says, if you want to be a powerful personality and empowering of 50%, 60% of powerful personalities, you try to think of you design of you define of you, what I want to be. With this, my best wishes for your bright future. Thank you.
So I would like to take this opportunity for those who have listened attentively. You're going back with something really valuable, right? For those who did not, at least you find out from the person who listened in your group, all right? Especially to the group that I'm referring to. So today we spoke about winning the global talent war, retention skills and leadership readiness for business success. You heard from all the 4 panelists from different diaspora, from different industry, from different dynamics. They gave a perspective of how HR, in the eyes of HR, what this means, right? So I think today is a valuable lesson for us to revisit how you look at engaging, attracting and developing talent, but also to the student community as you graduate or as you get an internship or as you get your first job interview, what do you need to do also matters a lot. So take into account all of these things, and I hope it has been valuable to you. And with that, please give a round of applause to our panelists for today's session. Thank you very much.
As we conclude this insightful panel, we are reminded that organizations must continuously invest in people, build future-ready skills, and nurture strong, adaptive leadership and integrate emotional intelligence. Before the moderator and the panelists move down, we would like to felicitate you, so please remain seated. To felicitate Mr. Anthony Raja Devados, the moderator, I would like to request Mr. Trushan Mehta, MD HRCI India, to do the honors. Next, we have to felicitate Mr. J. Gabilan. I request Professor Martin Mahimaidos to do the honors. Kindly put your hands together, everybody. Mr. T.A. Matthew Gonasilan, I request Dr. Arul Kamaraj, Organizing Secretary, International HR Conclave, to do the honors. Come on, let's be generous with our... Thank you, sir. Next, to felicitate Dr. K. Maran, I request Dr. Mary J.C. Rani, co-convener, International HR Conclave, to do the honors. Lastly, to felicitate Mr. Niranjana Chetar, I request Dr. Subramaniam, International Relations, to do the honors. Let's give a loud round of applause, please. Yes. Okay. We will have a quick group photo here just above on the stage. Shall we? Yeah, in the front. I extend my sincere gratitude to our moderator and esteemed panelists for sharing their valuable perspectives and practical insights. Their contributions have enriched our understanding of building resilient and high-performing workforces. Thank you very much. Shall we give a big round of applause for our moderator and for our panelists as they climb down? Please. Yeah. In a short while, we will continue with the valedictory function, so I request every one of you to be ready. Thank you.
Check.
Dear students, kindly settle down. We are going to start the valedictory shortly. I request the faculty members to ask the students to be seated. Our guests are arriving. I request the faculty member. When our Loyola anthem plays, I request students to kindly raise, and the dignitaries is arriving.
லோயோலாவின் ஒளி வீசட்டும் உலகெங்கும் ஒளி வீசட்டும் லோயோலாவின் ஒளி வீசட்டும் உலகெங்கும் ஒளி வீசட்டும்
இளைய தீபங்களே இந்திய தாயவளின் இணையில்லாத அருள் செல்வங்களே
உங்கள் ஒளி உலகெங்கும் பரவட்டும் நிறையட்டும் உங்கள் ஒளி உலகெங்கும்
I request everyone to kindly raise. I request everyone to kindly raise. Thank you very much, students. Please. Our dignitaries are arriving. I request everyone to kindly stand. Thank you very much, students. Proud of Loyola. Thank you.
நேர்மையின் பாதையில் சென்றிடுவோம் கடமையை கண்ணாய் செயல்படுவோம்
நேர்மையின் பாதையில் சென்றிடுவோம் கடமையின் கண்ணாய் செயல்படுவோம்
அன்புடன் கூடி அமைதியை நாடி அறத்தினை வளர்த்திடுவோம் அன்புடன் கூடி அமைதியை நாடி அறத்தினை வளர்த்திடுவோம் லோயோலாவின் ஒளி வீசட்டும் உலகெங்கும் ஒளி வீசட்டும்
Thank you, sir. Kindly be seated. Thank you, sir. Kindly be seated. Good evening, distinguished guests, esteemed delegates, and dear friends. It is my privilege to welcome to the valedictory session of the International HR Conclave 2026. We have reached the culmination of an extraordinary day of learning, networking, and knowledge exchange. As we gather to bring this prestigious conclave to a close, let us begin with the Tamil Thai Varthu and seek the blessings of the Almighty through the prayer song rendered by our Loyola College of Performing Arts. May I request everyone to please raise.
மடந்தை கீழொழுகும் சீராரும் வதனமென திகழ் வரத எக்கணமும் மகிழ்ச்சிறந்த திராவிடன திருநாடும் தக்க சிறு பிறை நுதலும் தரித்தனரும் இலகமுமே திலக வாசனை போல் அனைத்துலகும் இன்பமுற எத்திசையும் புகழ் மணக்க இருந்த பெரும் தமிழனங்கே தமிழனங்கே உன் சீரமை திறம்பியந்து செயல் மறந்து வாழ்த்துதுமே வாழ்த்துதுமே வாழ்த்துதுமே. For you today, and there's just one thing that I want to say. Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord, for all you've given to me, for all the blessings that I cannot see. Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord. With a grateful heart, with a song of praise, with an outstretched arm, I will bless your name. Thank you, Lord. I just want to thank you.
Thank you very much. We request everyone to kindly be seated. We extend our gratitude to our LCPA for that beautiful rendition. Honorable gathering, it is now my pleasure to invite Mr. L. Joseph Arokyasamy, Deputy Principal of Loyola College, to deliver the welcome address.
Respected dignitaries on the dais, my participants, this is my great privilege and pleasure to propose a welcome address. First and foremost, I welcome Reverend Father Secretary, Reverend Father Principal, the chief guest of this valedictory function, Dr. J. Sendil Velmurugan, Registrar, Thiruvalluvar University, Vellore. The guest of honor, Mr. Saravana Kumar Kumaravasagam, Consul General, Consulate General of Malaysia for South India. I welcome Ms. Amy Dufresne, Ms. Malini Vijayaraja, Mr. Anthony Raja Devadas, Mr. Brad Boyson, Mr. George, the convener of this conclave, Dr. J. Charles, the co-convener, Father Louis Albert, Dr. Arul Kamaraj, the panel resource persons, all the persons I welcome to this valedictory function, and finally all the HR delegates, faculties, and my dear students, I welcome you all to this valedictory function of HR Conclave 2026. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. We are grateful, sir, for your gracious words of welcome. At this moment, we wish to honor our eminent guest of honor and chief guest as a token of our appreciation and gratitude for gracing this occasion. I now request Reverend Dr. Thomas Alexander S.J., Secretary, Correspondent, Administrative Head, to honor His Excellency Mr. Sarvana Kumar Kumaravasagam, Consul General of the Consulate General of Malaysia for South India, to honor him with a shawl. I request Reverend Dr. A. Louis Arokiraj, S.J., Principal of Loyola College, to honor His Excellency with a bouquet. I now request Mr. L. Joseph Arokesami, Deputy Principal of Loyola College, to give the memento to our Consul General. I now request Reverend Dr. Thomas Alexander S.J., Secretary, Correspondent, and Administrative Head, Loyola College, to honor Dr. J. Sendal Velmurugan, Registrar, Thiruvalluvar University, Vellore, to adorn him with a shawl. I now request Reverend Dr. A. Louis Arakijar, S.J., Principal of Loyola College, to honor our Registrar with the memento. And I now request our Deputy Principal, Mr. L. Joseph Arakesami, to give away the bouquet. Thank you very much, sir. I now request Reverend Dr. Thomas Alexander S.J., Secretary, Correspondent, Administrative Head, Loyola College, to honor Mr. Anthony Raja Devadas, Country Managing Director, Conferry Malaysia, and HRCI Ambassador, Asia, with a shawl. And I now request Reverend Dr. Louis Arokiraj S.J., Principal of Loyola College, to honor Anthony Raja Devadas, Country Managing Director, with the memento. And I request our Deputy Principal, Joseph Arokesami, to give away the bouquet to Mr. Anthony Raja Devadas. Thank you very much, sir. May I now request Dr. Charles J.A., Director, Loyola International Academic Collaboration, Convener, International HR Conclave, to honor Mr. L. Joseph Harakesami, Deputy Principal of Loyola College, with a shawl, memento, and bouquet. Thank you very much, sir. I request all the dignitaries to kindly be seated. We appreciate this wonderful gesture of recognition. I have the privilege of inviting Reverend Dr. Thomas Alexander SG, Secretary, Correspondent, Administrative Head, Loyola College, to share his greetings with us.
Distinguished Chief Guest, Dr. J. Senthil Velmurugan, the Registrar of Thiruvallur University, Vellore. The guest of honor, Mr. Saravana Kumar Kumaravasagam, Consulate General of Malaysia for South India. Reverend Father Louis Aragiraj, the Principal of our college. Reverend Dr. Father Louis, the Director of Alumni Association, and also one of the conveners and organizing secretaries of this particular conference. Dr. Charles, the conference convener. Dr. Anthony, again yet another convener of this program, and all the other officials, all the dignitaries seated on the dais, and all the other invited guests, speakers, and my dear students. A very good evening to all of you. Good evening. Good evening. Thank you so much. I'm so happy to stand before you as we are coming to the end of this international conference. This morning it was a very interesting and revealing experience for me to have interacted with a number of officials, number of other representatives from all the other industries. It was a real pleasant, at the same time, learning experience for me. And I'm so happy that it was more of an interactive session, particularly the last session where we had the panel discussions, able to listen to various learners as such. Therefore, I would say this particular day remains an important day, a significant day in the history of the annals of Loyola. As we are living in an era well defined by rapid technological disruption, an age shaped by artificial intelligence, data analytics, automation, remote collaboration, and digital ecosystems. In this evolving landscape, human resources is no longer confined for administrative functions. Therefore, HR emerges as a strategic architect of organizational success, driving innovation, culture, agility, and sustainable growth. I'm sure this conference would have given us a vibrant platform for all of us, for all the academicians, researchers, industry experts, and students from various places to experience the exchange of ideas, sharing of thoughts and research insights, and exploring the best practices. I'm sure the theme of this particular conference is both timely and visionary. As the industries adapt digital transformation, HR leaders must become change champions, integrating technology with human values, aligning workforce strategies with the organizational vision, and fostering cultures of continuous learning innovation. Therefore, as we are here at the end, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to our esteemed keynote speakers, panelists, and all the resource persons who have graciously accepted our invitation. Certainly, the expertise and global perspectives would have undoubtedly enrich our understanding and inspire meaningful dialogue. I also extend my appreciation to the organizing committee, the faculty coordinators, student volunteers, and all those who participated in this program. Certainly, a meticulous planning have gone into. Therefore, this event has been made a successful one, a possible one. The collective effort of our faculty members in collaboration with the other agencies certainly makes it a memorable experience, unforgettable experience. The spirit of collaboration is certainly there with us. Therefore, we hope to cultivate more, we hope to further it more so that our academic transaction, our learning experience becomes more and more richer and richer. To our student participation, I would like to thank all those students who participated. I would look at these kind of platforms as an opportunity to listen to and then communicate among ourselves. That is the best thing that we can do. As we are here in the campus of Loyola, we have a number of seminars and workshop conferences. Certainly, the rare opportunity is to listen to this kind of experts from all the other countries. And therefore, we must thank God for the wonderful gift that we have received. Therefore, with these words of my gratitude and appreciation, once again, I would like to appreciate Dr. Charles, Father Louis, Father Dr. Balamurgan, from the alumni who is always with us, and all the other faculty members and the organizing secretaries, particularly Dr. Arul Kamaraj, all the other experts, and then the staff members. I would like to thank them. I remember them gratefully. Let us continue to go further and in our research, in our search for this wisdom, so that ultimately we always remain as God's servants of peace, justice, and love. Therefore, let us keep our flame burning, and let's say that our light will be shining to the society. We will continue to contribute to the society what is possible for us. Thank you so much. May God bless you.
Respected Father, we appreciate your inspiring words, motivation, and blessings. I now request Reverend Dr. A. Louis Arakiraj, SJ Principal and Academic Head, Loyola College, to felicitate the gathering.
Respected the chief guest of this valedictory function of the International HR Conclave, Dr. Sendil Murugan, Registrar, Thiruvalluvar University, and the guest of honor, Mr. Saravana Kumar, Consul General of Malaysia for South India, and esteemed guests on the dais and off the dais, and international HR personnel from Malaysia, US, UK, and from other international platform, and my dear esteemed HR professionals, staff, and students. Good evening and hearty welcome for this valedictory function of the International HR Conclave on the theme Transforming HR as a Strategic Driver in the Digital Age. Dear friends, we are living in a time when artificial intelligence is not just a buzzword, it is reshaping industries, redefining jobs, and rewriting the rules of leadership. From smart recruitment platforms to predictive analytics and AI-driven performance systems, the workplace is transforming faster and faster than even before. And right at the center of this transformation stands the human resources. Dear friends, India is blessed with human resources. And human resources are the basic and foundation for even artificial intelligence. It is not a substitute for artificial intelligence, but an extension of the artificial intelligence. The human resources is not merely for administrative department, not as a support function, but as a strategic driver of the digital age. Dear friends, today we have gathered here to give enthusiasm and to give lightning to this particular human resources. When companies adopt AI systems, HR ensures transparency and personal relationships. HR ensures fair implementation of the policies. And it is beyond the administration, it focuses on the human-centric transition. Without HR leadership, digital transformation fails. Dear friends, it is important to note that the human resources are a pivot important element, and AI will not replace HR professionals. As HR professionals, you are relevant to the signs of the times. And that is where we have organized this conclave to strategically plan out how to go about with empowering the HR professionals towards the AI intelligence. And dear friends, at the risk of burnout, learning platforms recommending personalized career paths. This is not a science fiction, but this is reshaping the HR professionals and to empower them to make it meaningful. The role of HR professionals is not merely to interpret data with empathy, balance efficiency with ethics, ensure fairness in algorithm-driven decisions, and ultimately, dear friends, it is to protect the human dignity, the human labor in the automated systems. Technologies give speed. HR gives meaning in understanding humans with empathy and promoting ethical leaders. As HR professionals, we have the responsibility towards transformation beyond the technology and AI-driven world and make it human-centric and value-based and empowerment-oriented. As educationists, we pave the way for this discussion through this international HR conclave. And we are indeed happy and proud to have all these eminent HR professionals today to help us, the education institution, and particularly the students from various departments who are into the HR professionalship to inspire us with your thematic discussions and relevance. And not only that, you have inspired us, but also you have instigated and you have given us the strategies for creatively responding to the challenges of the times. And I take this opportunity on behalf of the Loyola College management to thank and appreciate every one of you who have participated and gave time for this discussion as HR professionals. And I also would like to thank and appreciate the enormous amount of time and dedication with which the entire program was planned, particularly the convener, Dr. J.A. Charles, and Dr. Arul Kamaraj, and Dr. Louis Albert, and other team members of alumni, and all the heads of the departments, coordinators, and all the committee members and student volunteers for your dedicated and committed service. It is almost 6 months that they have keenly planning and doing things with regard to making this conclave a reality. And we are fortunate, dear student friends, to have eminent personalities here seated in front from all over the world, cutting across US, UK, France, Malaysia, and every part of India. And we are fortunate to have esteemed members from the Tiruvallur University and from the Consul General of Malaysia to be here with us. All your presence, dear esteemed members, it is an inspiration not only for the students but also for every one of us in giving us the confidence that HR professionals are needed even in the current times in spite of technology-driven world. I am sure the strategic plans and ideas will enthuse every one of us to move towards transformation of the new digital age with relevance for human resources, because we are blessed with human resources and in no way human resource is substandard to artificial intelligence, because artificial intelligence is contributed and outcome of the human intelligence. With that note, once again, I appreciate every one of you. Together, let us march forward towards a new era. Let your light shine. Thank you.
Respected Father Principal, we are grateful for your gracious words and continued support for this initiative. Esteemed delegates, we are privileged to have with us today an eminent personality, His Excellency Mr. Saravana Kumar Kumaravasagam, Consul General of the Consulate General of Malaysia for South India. I now invite Dr. Edward Sudhakar, Assistant Professor, Department of Social Work, Loyola College, to introduce our Consul General.
Good evening, everyone. I'm extremely happy to introduce our guest of honor, Mr. Saruna Kumar Kumaravasakam, a Malaysian diplomat with a wealth of experience across various government ministries. He holds a bachelor degree in science with honors from University of Malaya and a master degree in science specializing in natural resource management from University of Putra, Malaysia, and also holds a diploma in public sector management from National Public Administration Institute of Malaysia. He started his career in the Malaysian Diplomatic and Administrative Service in 2002. Mr. Saruna Kumar has held numerous positions within the Ministry of Science, Technology and Environment, Ministry of Plantation Industries and Commodities, and Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Malaysia. He has extensively worked in broader range of areas including international trade, environment, bilateral diplomacy, Asian regional organizations, and also worked with multilateral organizations related to human rights. Mr. Saruna Kumar has also served as Minister Counselor and Deputy Head of Mission at the Embassy of Malaysia in Laos. Currently, he holds the position of Consul General at the Consulate General of Malaysia for South India in Chennai. Sir, we are extremely happy to have you here as a guest of honor for this international collaboration, sir.
Thank you, sir. His Excellency, as Dr. Edward Sudhakar said, brings with him a wealth of diplomatic experience and has been a strong advocate of strengthening ties between Malaysia and India, particularly in the areas of education, trade and cultural exchange. May I request His Excellency to grace the podium.
Thank you to our MC today. To our chief guest, Dr. J. Senthil Velmurugan, Reverend Dr. J. Anthony Robinson, Reverend Dr. Thomas Alexander, Reverend Dr. A. Lewis Arukiraj, and leadership of Loyola College, Chennai. A very good evening. Vanakkam. Salam Sajatra. Ladies and gentlemen, and also students here, undergraduate students and postgraduate as well. I mean, it's a pleasure for me as a Consul General of Malaysia in South India to be part of this international HR conclave. Platforms like this are important not only for professional learning, but also for strengthening international cooperation in human capital development, an area where both India and Malaysia share strong priorities. I'd like to place on record my sincere appreciation to Loyola College for hosting this important conclave. The institution is widely respected for its academic excellence, value-based education, and commitment to social responsibility. And of course, it has been existent for the last 100 years. There's a lot of alumni in Malaysia that has graduated from Loyola and serving the society in Malaysia. So its strong global outlook, industry engagement, make it a natural bridge between academia, business and international partners. Events like this demonstrate how leading educational institutions can actively shape future-ready talent and global professional standards. Ladies and gentlemen, over the course, of course, when I saw the program today, there's some interesting topic that was discussed along the topic, transforming HR as a strategic driver in the digital age. I'm sure all of you all have heard valuable insights into how HR evolving from an administrative function into a strategic driver in the digital age. powered by AI, analytics, and new workforce models. The discussion on talent intelligence, continuous performance system, and predictive HR clearly shows clearly that workforce transformation is accelerating across Asia. Malaysia places strong emphasis on digital transformation and future-ready workforce development. We are actively encouraging industry upskilling, HR modernization, and technology adoption. In this context, collaboration between Malaysia and Indian institutions, universities, and HR bodies are both timely and meaningful. The Consulate General of Malaysia in Chennai remains committed in supporting such knowledge partnership, professional exchanges, and industry linkages. I also wish to appreciate the contribution of Promi writers and HRCI for bringing global expertise and standards to this forum. Such a cross-border cooperation strengthens professional capability and raises the quality of HR practices across regions. As we conclude, the message is clear. Technology should enhance human potential, not to replace it. The future of HR will depend on not only digital capability, but also on ethical leadership, emotional intelligence, and strategic thinking. My congratulations to the organizers, partners, speakers, and participants for making this conclave impactful and forward-looking. We look forward to more Malaysia-India collaboration in education, skills, and professional development in the years ahead. Thank you. I wish all continued success. Again, terima kasih and nandri.
Your Excellency, we are grateful for sharing your valuable perspective with us. Your insights on cross-border HR collaboration and talent mobility are truly enlightening. Honorable gathering, as we approach the conclusion of this memorable conclave, we have the privilege of hosting a distinguished academician and administrator who has made remarkable contributions to higher education. To introduce our chief guest for this valedictory section, I invite Dr. J.M. Arul Kamaraj, Organizing Secretary of the International HR Conclave.
Good evening, one and all. It's my privilege to introduce our chief guest of valedictory address, Dr. J. Sendil Velmurugan, Registrar, Thiruvalluvar University, Vellore. He is an illustrious alumnus of Jesuit institution. He passed his BA from Arulanandar College. Our chief guest is an experienced teacher, educator, researcher, and administrator. He held many responsible positions both the college level and in the Periyar University. Past 27 years of experience, he has held many positions. He served as a syndicate member of Periyar University for 3 years, and he has nominated as a Deputy Controller of Examination for 4 years, and he served as the IQAC Coordinator Cell members for 2 years, and attended Academic Council meeting for various autonomous colleges affiliated to Periyar University. He served a member as well as chairman in many board of studies of colleges and Periyar University. 10 years he served as the head of the department, Vidyasagar College of Arts and Science, Udumalpet. Presently, he is the registrar of Thiruvalluvar University. To his credit in research, he guided 23 MPhil and 13 PhD scholars, and another 6 scholars are pursuing PhD. Has published more than 100 articles in reputed journals, edited volumes, and seminar proceedings. He has participated and presented research papers in more than 85 national, 15 international conferences and seminars. He has been a member of All India Management Association. He was a member of Mahatma Gandhi National Council of Rural Education, MHRD. He has successfully completed 2 funding projects funded by the UGC. In recognition of his services in the field of higher education, has been awarded Academicians of the Year 7th Academic Brilliant Award, and also Industry Academic Award, South Asian Education Award, And he also received a Best Paper Award for his excellent contribution in his research. On behalf of Loyola College, we wholeheartedly welcome our chief guest to deliver the valedictory address.
Very good evening, Honorable. The distinguished guest on the dais, Reverend Father Dr. J. Anthony Robinson, of course, is of India. Reverend Father Dr. D. Thomas Alexander, Secretary of this college. Reverend Father Dr. Louis Aragyaraj, Principal of this college. And Mr. L. Joseph Aragyazami, Deputy Principal. The guest of honor, Mr. Saravana Kumar Kumaravasakam, Counsel General of Malaysia for South India. Dr. J. Charles, Director, Loyola International Academic Collaboration and convener of this conclave, of course, is a professor of mine. And Reverend Dr. A. Louis Albert, of course, his father is behind the screen to be stand here. My special thanks to Albert sir and Dr. P. Mary Jeshi Rani and Mr. Anthony Raja Devadas, Ms. Molini Vijayaraja, our respected coordinator, and Dr. J.M. Arul Kamaraj and Mr. Balamurugan, our dedicated organizing secretary, distinguished HR professional, industry leader, academician, research scholar, students, the member of promotees and HRCA, invited delegates and dear participants. My greetings to everyone present here. Ladies and gentlemen, as we draw the curtain on this intellectually vibrant day at Bertram Hall, the one cannot help but reflect on the energy, inquiry, and moral seriousness that have filled this space. We began this morning with the challenges to move human resource from an administrative backbone to the strategic command center of the digital future. Judging by today's deliberation, that challenges has been met with clarity and conviction. Thiruvalluvar in Thirukural remind us, Arathan varuvade inbam, mattallam puratta pugalum ila. A true joys follow from ethical action. Pointed out our Counsel General, all the else it's fleeting. This ancient wisdom mirror the modern human resource truth. Strategy without ethics is unsustainable. This conclave has moved well beyond the hype surrounding digital tools and automation. The sessions today clearly demonstrated that 2026, the integration of human judgment with a machine intelligence is no longer aspirational, it is fundamental. At this historical juncture, it is impossible to speak of human resource strategy without acknowledging the inevitability of the digital and artificial intelligence era. We stand today at a decisive moment in history shaped profoundly by the digital era. And the rise of artificial intelligence, an evolution that is no longer optional but is inevitable. Artificial intelligence has become a defining force that is revamping economics, governing system, industry and global power structure. The fundamentally alerting how society functions and progress. As we navigate this irreversible transformation, it is imperative to recognize that the future lies not in replacing human intelligence, but in synergizing human faculty with artificial intelligence. Such conversations enhance human judgment, ethical reasoning, creativity, and empathy through data-driven insight and predictive intelligence. In a world where change unfolds, it is a rapid pace and uncertainty is consistent. The ability to make swift, accurate, and contextually appropriate decision has become indispensable. The conclave has effectively laid the groundwork for such a preparedness, offering a platform that equips leaders to respond complexity with a clarity. Speed and accuracy have emerged as the guiding mantra, and decision must increasingly be an anchor in the past knowledge. Enriched by derived data and refined through human wisdom, ensuring that the digital and artificial intelligence driven future ultimately leads to the more inclusive, sustainable and better world to live in. This conclave has given you an opportunity to explore the practical power of generative artificial intelligence for strategic workforce planning. Shifting organization from reactive hiring to predictive talent simulation. Ethical artificial intelligence efficiency, only human-centered leadership can preserve dignity, transparency and trust. Predictive people analytics using platforms such as Vizier and Eightfold identify potential and mitigate attribution before it manifests. As a management thinker, Aldrich reminds us human resource not about human resource, it is about the business. Yet today discussion revamped something deeper. Human resource is not merely about business outcome, it is about the human outcome, that sustainable business. As rightly pointed out by Ulrich, the test of human resource value is not what we do, but what we deliver to the people who use what we do. I wish to highlight how human resource naturally align with the Indian and Tamil ethical thoughts, where the leadership has always been inseparable from responsibility. Swami Vivekananda famously observed, the great secret of true success, of true happiness is this: the man or woman who asks for the no return, the perfect unselfishness person is the most successful. Thiruvalluvar articulated this century earlier in leadership terms, Abayan Kundrum, Arudolilor, Nul Marapper, Kavalan Kavan Yenin. If a leader lack of virtue, the yield of the organization, its productivity or its return of investment and its systematic stability diminishes. The order that keep the business running efficiently begin the decay when the leadership is unethical. The direction or the moral compass of the experts within the organization is lost. Strategy become chaotic because the fundamental principles are no longer valued. In today's digital workplace, these serve as a warning. Technological sophistication without moral leadership tends to be organization. A significant highlight of the conclave was the emphasis on the future-ready human resource ecosystem shaped through collaboration between academia, industry and public institutions. I am sure that the initiative discussed today reflect this concrete vision, may as the Human Resource Technology Innovation Grant, enabling startup to address real-world talent challenge, National Digital Human Resource Certification, establishing benchmark for artificial intelligence driven human resource competition. Thiruvalluvar offers strictly modern insight in collective responsibility. Ulagathod otta olugal palagatrum kallar arivilladar. Those who fail to adapt the world around them, a lack of true wisdom. Adaptability, as we have seen today, is no longer option. It is the currency of relevances. As we depart, let us ensure that our insight do not remain confined to the presentation and proceeding. Human resource leader should claim your strategic voice, use data not merely to measure performance, but to connect engagement with productivity, trust with retention, and ethics with growth. Academicians should continue to reimagine curricula. Let ethical telemia, analytical labs, and real-world case become the training ground for future human resource leadership. Students, friends, you are stepping into the world where you can become the architect of the organizational agility. Master digital tools, but never abandon empty. Thiruvalluvar speak directly to you. Enni thuniya karumam tunindabin ennuvam enbadu ilukku. Think before you act. Once committed, act with resolve. Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam echoed this resolve when he said, excellence is not a continuous process, not an accident. Let us remember that human resource highest calling is not the management of system, but the cultivation of human potential. Mahatma Gandhi cautioned us wisely, Earth provide enough to satisfy everyone's needs, but not everyone's creed. Today, we deem it to organization where agility to meet empathy, where technology uplift rather than the replaces, and where the progress is measured not only in the profit but in people. My heartfelt thanks to Loyola College, promoters, and HRCAs, to our speaker, organizer, and participation for creating this serviceable of transformation. The International Human Resource Conclave 2026 is now formally concluded, but the transformation of work, leadership, and humanity has only just begun. I sincerely thank the rector, secretary, principal, deputy principal, convener, co-convener, and organizing secretary whose vision, meticulous planning, and tireless effort made these conclaves a resounding success. My appreciation also goes to our distinguished speaker, industry experts, academician, partners from promoters and HRCA, research scholar, students, and every delegate whose active participation gave life and meaning to this deliberation. May this conversation initiator here continue beyond this hall, inspiring us to transform human resource leadership with integrity, innovation, and inclusivity. Thank you, and let us go forth to create the future with wisdom, integrity, and compassion. Thank you, one and all.
So, we are grateful for your profound valedictory address. Your vision for integrating HR excellence with educational transformation resonates deeply with our conclave theme. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, as we draw towards the close of this enriching conclave, let us pause to reflect on the key learnings and chart the way forward. To share this reflection on today's deliberations and provide us with actionable insights, I'm pleased to invite Mr. Anthony Raja Devadas, Country Managing Director of Corn Ferry Malaysia and HRCA Ambassador for Asia. Sir, may I request you to share your reflection and the way forward.
Respected Chief Guest, Dr. J. Sendil Murugan, Registrar Loyola University, thank you for your valedictory address, sir. Our guest of honor and our esteemed connection to Malaysia, His Excellency Mr. Saruna Kumaravasagam, Consulate General of South India, our visionary Jesuit leaders of Loyola College, Reverend Dr. Father Anthony Robinson, who's not here today, Reverend Father Thomas Alexander, Secretary, Reverend Father Principal Louis Kuraj. Quickly, I want to address this. I'll try to keep it short in 5 minutes. I must acknowledge our tireless convener, Dr. J. A. Charles. My fellow conveners, Dr. Father Louis Albert, just looking around if he's here. Okay, thank you. Mrs. Malini Vijayaraja, Mr. Masi, Mr. Bala, Mr. Arul, Dato Wasihar, our President for Alumni Association of Loyola College, Malaysia, HRCI representatives and partners, Dr. Amy Dufresne, Mr. JD, Mr. Tushant, Mr. Brad, Mr. Sami, Ria. So quickly, I just wanted to share something. Same hall, but 30 years ago, I graduated. So 1996. So it's a very special occasion, very close to my heart. So being Malaysian, but graduating from here, right, from Loyola, I think is a very powerful message I wanted to take. And we walked out of this hall, and today we are back here to give back, right? This legacy, academic legacy and power of Loyola, the digital agility of Pro Meritus, and the global standard of HRCI is coming together today. So in today's topic, I think we heard today this morning, Mr. Mafa Pandirajan talking about digital transformation. It's not about replacing people, it's about elevating. Dr. Amy Dufresne and Brad Boyson reminded us something very important about individual, professional skill and upskilling and standards that we are building, and organizational skills and standards building that is the new currency of trust and growth. Our panel sessions covered by Mr. JD on analytics and culture. Key things were, takeaway from that were, analytics and culture are not opposites, but what data is telling us is happening, that culture tells us why. So you cannot drive impact without mastering both. On the second panel session, I'm just summarizing it like ChatGPT. On winning the talent war, I was moderating the session with our fellow panelists, Mr. Kabilan Matthew, Niranjana, and Mr. Dr. Maran. And the topic was very clear, the message was very clear, that skills that got us to 2025 won't keep us employed till 2030. The span of 5 years is going to change, so we have to change both from academia and business side. So retention is no longer about just pay, it's about purpose, readiness, and leadership. Earlier, Dr. Amy was talking about the state of HR, and I think the message was clear. 76% of HR professionals enjoy the work that they do. And 64% are extremely hopeful of the future. So it's a good career to have, you know. Literally, 3/4 of them are already happy with what they do and how they're contributing. So, and the report validates that it's a positive impact that they are creating. And at the same time, we are working towards ensuring that we are reducing the gap. To the students, move from qualifications only to competency as well. Your degree gets you to the interview door, but your competency gets you the seat. So, to the HR practitioners, be the business. Don't just support or enable it and stand by. Stop asking for a seat because you are in the table already. To our favorite fellow and teaching faculty and academicians, collaboration is the currency. Keeping industry close to us is very important. Today is an example of how we do that. Our research grounds help us work through the new realities of AI and dynamics. So as we leave later today from this room, I still remember my last session. Father Louis asked me in Department of Sociology, I gave a session, and I recall that session, and today I have a summary for that. So we are not just being informed today, we are being transformed as part of the journey. Technology and AI will change how we work, but they will never replace why we work. The digital age is here, let's lead it and let your light shine. Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Devadas, we appreciate the brilliant synthesis of our discussion and for providing us with a road map for the future. Honorable guests, as we conclude this momentous occasion, it is time to express our heartfelt gratitude to all who have made this conclave a resounding success. To propose, I request Father Louis Albert. Thank you, Father.
Thank you. Good evening to all of you. Good evening. Thank you, dear Reverend Fathers, distinguished guests, esteemed speakers, dear colleagues, friends, and my dear students. As we come to the close of this enriching International HR Conclave 2026, it is my privilege to thank all of you. I extend my sincere thanks to the chief guest, Dr. J. Sendil Velmurugan, Registrar of Thiruvallur University, Vellore, for gracing this valedictory function and sharing your valuable insights with us. Our deepest appreciation goes to our guest of honor, Mr. Saravana Kumar, Consul General of the Consulate General of Malaysia for South India, for honoring us with your esteemed presence and invaluable perspectives on international HR practices. I express my profound gratitude to Reverend Anthony Robinson, our rector, Dr. Father Thomas Alexander, Secretary and Correspondent of Loyola College, and Reverend Dr. A. Louis Adekalaraj, Principal of Loyola College, Mr. L. Joseph, Deputy Principals, for their unwavering support and felicitations. We are immensely grateful to our distinguished keynote speakers who illuminated our minds this morning, Mr. Mafai Pandirajan, Dr. Ami, Dr. Wasihar, Executive Coach, President of Loyola Alumni Malaysian Chapter. We appreciate his love and loyalty for Loyola College, and all their expertise and thought leadership have truly enriched this conclave and inspired all participants. I would like to acknowledge our institutional partners, Pro Meritus, for their collaboration in organizing this international platform. Thanks to Malini, Managing Director, APAC, for articulating your strategic vision. Heartfelt appreciation to, please give a huge round of applause to Dr. Charles, the convener, for his meticulous planning, dedication, and tireless efforts in organizing the entire thing. I extend my thanks to my fellow co-conveners, Dr. Mary Jesirani, Anthony Raja Devadas, and Mrs. Malini, and organizing secretaries Dr. Arul Kamaraj, Balamurugan, for their collaborative spirit and invaluable contributions. I thank all our session chairpersons, panelists, presenters who shared their knowledge and expertise throughout the day. My appreciation extends to the Loyola College Choir. I acknowledge all the faculty members, HODs, staff, student volunteers of Loyola who work behind the scenes to ensure the success of this event. Most importantly, I thank all the participants, my dear students, and also HR professionals from different companies, academicians, researchers, and students who joined us today. Thank you all once again. Until we meet again, God bless us all.
Respected gathering, we have come to the end of the formal proceedings of the International HR Conclave 2026. It has been a day of profound insights, meaningful connections, and shared learning. May I request everyone to please rise for the national anthem.
शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मागे गावे तव सुधारा जन गण मंगल नायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय जय जय
I request everyone to kindly stand as the dignitaries are leaving the stage. Thank you.